Hello and welcome to the special draft show here on the Barroom Network. John Buffone alongside Danny Shimon and Niel Stopczynski. Fellas, your Christmas is finally here. The big day is here. All this preparation. You come down and you see the tree and the presents and you unwrap it and maybe it's a dud, maybe it's a stud. We will see, but it is draft time. The draft is underway and we got two of the best in the business to break down all the picks. Gentlemen, how you doing? Danny, we'll start with you. Put the emotions in for this day. All of that preparation, all that work goes into this. How are you feeling?
I'm nervous, guys. I'm nervous because I know this is a huge, potentially a huge pick for the Bears. Neil and I have been harping on this for months now. These 5 quarterbacks, any one of these 5, we both give them first round grades. The NFL is giving these guys first round grades, and this is an opportunity for Ryan Pace to right a wrong that he did in 2017, go up and get one of these quarterbacks. We'll see if it, I know they're trying. Whether it happens or not, we'll see. But like I said, the order of preference, we already know the first 2 picks. So the order of preference are going to be the best available for me. Would be Justin Fields, Mac Jones, and then Trey Lance. Hopefully they make a move up there and get one of those 3 guys.
Neil, how you feeling, buddy?
Feeling amped up, brother. Feeling amped up. Got Bears Barroom assistant scout Sheldon over here, cracked out on catnip. We're ready to go, man. We're jacked up. But well, hey, listen, I've been saying. What's that?
Go ahead. I want to hear. I was
just saying, for the past few months, I've been saying that Pace's MO tonight needs to be aggressive, right? We got to be aggressive. We got to go up. We got to get the dude. We got to get the savior. That's the only way. Number one, he's going to save his job, and his franchise is going to do anything worth a damn in the next few years. Trade up, get a guy. The prioritization of those guys, exactly what Danny said. So let's do what we got to do, man.
Guys, the fireworks before the draft even started with all of the rumors that Bears fans are listening to. Aaron Rodgers potentially wanting out of Green Bay. We heard, stirs of that after the season, and now they are in full bore now. And now there's possible trade talks with different teams, the Niners, the Raiders, and that most recently the Broncos. Gentlemen, how could this play into it? Because the Broncos have a top 10 pick, and they just traded for Teddy Bridgewater. They have Drew Lock. They still weren't out of the conversation for maybe drafting a quarterback, but this could throw a complete wrench into things. Danny, if Aaron Rodgers is movable right now, what does that do for the order of this draft? Or I should say, how does it shake up the entire cadence of this draft?
Well, you just said it. If the Broncos are out of the quarterback mix, that's one less team that the Bears have to worry about jumping ahead to get potentially one of these 5 quarterbacks. So, that's the thing with the Aaron Rodgers thing, and I just find it kind of convenient how Aaron Rodgers and his representatives, threw this bomb out there today on draft day, where it was a year ago today, where the Packers pissed him off by trading up in the first round and getting Jordan Love. So, it was just curious the timing of it. But if this plays true in terms of his teams, the reports are he wants the 49ers and he wants either the Broncos or the Raiders. The Packers said no one's going. He's not going to the NFC. He's going to go, if anything, he's going to go to the AFC. The Raiders are up against the cap. They can't afford his contract. The Broncos are $24 million currently under the salary cap. So they're a team, probably the most likely destination if a trade is going to be consummated.
Neil, I wanted to ask you, for most people, they say that the draft starts at number 4 to see what the Falcons are going to do. But I think for Bears fans, the draft probably starts at number 3 because you want to see which 2 quarterbacks are still going to be available. So how does it really affect the Bears movement if the Niners decide they want to take Mac Jones, or if they decide they want to take Trey Lance, and then there's only two of those, first round graded quarterbacks left. How does that impact the Bears' mobility, or does it impact them at all?
If they take Mac Jones, I think it's going to be easy decision between Justin Fields and Trey Lance. I think Justin Fields is the guy you got to go with. He's the one that's most ready to see the field. He's got a short runway to be a starter. Nothing against Trey Lance. I love that kid. We talked about him extensively last night about how high of a ceiling this dude actually has. Man, he probably has the highest ceiling of anybody in this draft. If it's a decision between Mac Jones and Trey Lance, if they go ahead and take Mac Jones, or if they go ahead and take Justin Fields that third pick and it ends up being a Mac Jones Trey Lance discussion, I think that becomes a little bit more, a little bit more of a back and forth, debate. I think between me and Danny, we both agree that Mac Jones is the guy you take over Trey Lance. But our esteemed GM last night went ahead and spurred our opinions and went ahead and took Trey Lance over everything that we said. But
right.
At the end of the day, no matter who we get, any one of these five guys that we get, I'm going to be amped up. Waking up tomorrow morning, I'm going to be happy knowing that we got the future of the franchise in the locker room, ready to rock and roll. It's just a matter of how long it's going to take to get there, man. Because obviously Trey Lance is the one that needs the most development. He's got the least starts of any quarterback that would be drafted first round NFL history, I think. Even Mac Jones is going to have a little bit of a runway. Justin Fields will be, the one that will probably see the field the soonest. But either way, one way or the other, get one of these five guys is where we're at.
For me, they got to come out of this first round with one of these quarterbacks. That'll make me happy. If they go one of these five quarterbacks, then you move on. Whether you give up a second and a third from this year or whatnot, or in future first round, we'll deal with it later. But you got to come out of this first round with one of these quarterbacks, in my opinion.
So let's talk about where things could get real sticky now. I want to talk about the 8 and 9 spot. We're talking about Carolina and we're talking about Denver. Denver, I have no idea, and I don't think anyone does now with the whole Aaron Rodgers saga going in there. They traded for Teddy Bridgewater. Carolina, Carolina seems like they're going to be committed to Sam Darnold, but we're not really sure about that. Are they going to trade up? There's lots of talks about different teams that could move up. Neil, I'll start with you. Where do you see 8 and 9? I don't see either one of those maybe staying chalk, but how do you see the back end of that top 10 kind of playing out?
The back end of the top 10, I mean, obviously we have the Carolina Panthers and Denver Broncos. They have quarterbacks now. So, we're not going to be in a position where we're fighting to get quarterbacks, out of the top 10 anymore. Or I should say we are fighting more to get quarterbacks out of the top 10 than we were before. I think those two franchises are going to be taking different players than we thought they were going to previously. It's going to be interesting to see this thing play out, man. We got Cowboys at 10, right? And obviously they have theirs. So, in order for us to obviously make sure that we have the guy that we need, we need to go ahead and trade up and get one of those guys. But, both of these teams need players as well. So it'll be a matter of draft capital moving up to those spots, what we have available, what we need to give up to get those spots, and how much capital is going to be spent in order to move.
Danny, I'm gonna ask you about the same question, because 8 and 9, I think there could be people wanting to jump right in there, and that maybe not necessarily for a quarterback, but most likely for the quarterback. Is if somehow, some way, a quarterback escapes that 8 and 9 spot and there escapes the top 10, obviously that plays into the Bears' favor. But how do you think that the 8 and 9 position is actually going to work out?
Well, right now, obviously Carolina and Denver they're both saying, "Hey, we're still in the market for quarterbacks," because they want top value for that draft pick. So they're going to keep spreading those rumors and telling everybody, "Hey, we're still in the market for a quarterback." But I'm with you. I don't think they're in the market for quarterbacks. I think Carolina's going to go with Sam Darnold, and I think Denver's got Drew Lock, and they got Teddy Bridgewater, and then possibly now there's this rumor with Aaron Rodgers. Who knows what happens there? So that to me is a point where the Bears ought to stop monitoring. I think everyone was shooting for Atlanta, but I think Atlanta is that price is going to be just too much, and I think that Atlanta is going to settle in with Kyle Pitts. So then then the next spot is going to be 7, 8, and 9. Detroit. We have to worry about Detroit. They probably won't trade with the Bears within the division. However, we got to worry about teams like Washington, or teams like Pittsburgh. Teams like the New England Patriots. These all going to be potential trade up to get a quarterback team. So. The Bears have to be monitoring these guys, and they have to be within striking distance. So if they won't trade with them, but they trade with Washington for a quarterback, most likely, that's one less guy that the Bears have to go get now. Now they have to make a trade with Carolina, for example, just to kind of eliminate anybody else from jumping up there and beating up there. So if it stays chalk, if Carolina keeps a pick, I'm looking for an offensive lineman, probably go there, maybe local kid from Northwestern, Rashawn Slater. I heard cornerback as well. Patrick Surtain II is in play with Carolina too. Number 9, if Denver stays there, you're looking probably at Micah Parsons as a possibility there. He's last night in the mock we had, he went there to the Broncos, and that's Vic Fangio's Roquan Smith. He's an athletic linebacker, one of those freak linebackers, 6'3", 6'4", 240 some pounds, runs a 4.39 40. So that's going to be, like I said, his Roquan Smith there in Denver. So that's how I think it plays out if it stays, the way that it is currently.
The draft is just about to get underway. Commissioner Goodell out on stage. I think that they're back to booing. It's nice to get some return to normalcy there, seeing the commissioner getting booed at the NFL draft. I did want to ask you guys, if a quarterback does escape that 8 and 9 position, and we're getting into 10, 11, 12, but if there's only one, and are the Bears in a position where they have to just go get one, or you have the mindset where you got to get the guy that you love, and if he's not there, then you make other arrangements? Let's say that maybe they really like Mac Jones, but he ends up going at 8 or 9, and the only one left is Trey Lance. Are the Bears in a position where they have to go get a quarterback regardless of who it is, or do they really say, if our guy's not there, we're not going there? Danny, I'll start with you.
If they don't see, let's use Trey Lance as an example. If they don't see Trey Lance as a guy for them, if they don't like Trey Lance, the prospect, then you have to go ahead and let him move on. But I just don't see that playing. I mean, right now, Trey Lance, bringing him in, even though he's raw, he's got the talent is immense. The potential of this kid is immense. And you have a way of now bringing in a new face of the franchise. You have a way of extending your leash if you're Ryan Pace and Matt Nagy, saying, hey, ownership, look, we got you guys a quarterback, but you need time to develop him. This guy's got superstar potential. So it all makes sense. It all kind of plays into their hands there. So Ryan Pace was big game hunting this offseason for a quarterback. He started off with Russell Wilson. He inquired on Deshaun Watson before his legal troubles came up. So I just find it hard to believe that Ryan Pace is going to go into this season with Andy Dalton and Nick Foles as his only quarterbacks. I know he's good. People are going to say, oh, second round, we can get a quarterback second round. That's fine. There's a second tier group there, but they're not as, now I don't want to say sure thing, because no prospect is a sure thing, but these 5 right now are great, highly graded. They show things on tape, a lot of them that you can come in and you can win with them. If not week 1, at least, midway through the season, you can get these guys in there and start playing, especially if Dalton's not performing up to standards, or if he gets hurt. Dalton hasn't been healthy the last couple of years. So, there's always a risk of injury there with him. So for me, I think Neil might be on the same page here. We got to get one of these 5 quarterbacks. If you don't get one of these 5 quarterbacks, then you kind of regroup. You kind of start building around Andy Dalton and see what you can get one of these second tier guys. But that'll be a huge letdown for me. Yeah,
I was going to ask you, Neil, if maybe it's your 5th rated quarterback, and it's not that you're really hoping that 2 of those guys drop and you can pick the one that you like better. But if it just comes down to he's the only one left, are you still going to give up the same draft capital that you would have for the other guy?
Well, ultimately, you have to trust your evaluation. You have to, trust how you see this kid fitting into what you're doing offensively schematically. I think when you look at these 5 guys, Mac Jones and Trey Lance are probably the 2 guys that have a chances of escaping out of the top 10, right? To me, I feel like Ryan Pace's leash is solely dependent on how aggressive he is in this first round. It's solely dependent on that. And if he goes up and moves up and gets a guy that is looked at as a potential savior for this franchise, he's going to have a little bit longer of a leash underneath him to be able to get this thing back on the right track. If not, if we're going into August, on August 1st, we're waking up and we have Andy Dalton and third, 4th, 5th round developmental quarterback, in the room that's going to take 2 or 3 years to develop. Number one, the fan base is going to be, completely turned off by it. Number 2, I think, the ownership is going to be pissed off about it, because we're going to have another mediocre year. We're going to be back in the same position once we get to this time next season. I think the other thing that plays into it, guys, is that if you look at this quarterback class next year, it's not anything to be amped up about. There's no guys there right now that make you any sort of excited whatsoever, if you just look at it on paper. Now, I know that could change by the time we get to October, November, after some of these guys hit the field and start performing. But as it stands today, it could be a couple years before we have a chance to get another dude. So that's why I'm hardcore pound the table for moving up.
The only thing is if, and this is a big if, and if the whole Deshaun Watson, case gets cleared up and then he becomes back on the market and then they go and make a play for him. That's how they can probably, save face if they don't get one of these 5 quarterbacks, use some of that draft capital to get a guy like Deshaun Watson. But again, that's a huge if right now.
Yeah, and it's like you're talking about next year and how there may not be as many prospects, or maybe the Bears aren't going to be in a position where they're going to be able to jump in and get one of those top prospects if they're, depending on if they go 8-9, 9-8, which we're all kind of assuming that they're going to be maybe in that middle of the pack again, depending on how this draft shakes out. But I wanted to talk about how some of these guys have ascended, because a couple months ago, 3, 4, 5 months ago, we're talking about, do the Bears take a chance at Mac Jones at 20? Almost like you're reaching for him. And then all of a sudden he ascends to potentially being the number 3 overall pick. You guys study the film. You guys know the ins and outs of these quarterbacks. What led to the ascension of Mac Jones to now, instead of reaching for him at 20, the Bears would probably have to trade up to get him, Danny?
Yeah, for me, Mac Jones coming into the season was a 2nd-round pick, and I just saw that the way he took over for Tua last year when Tua got hurt, and then in that bowl game against Michigan, the way he ended up playing, I just feel like this kid had some talent around him, had some talent to him, and else had talent around him as well. And he was able to. For me, it's a big thing with quarterbacks is, do they have the size? Do they have the measurables? And do they have the mental processing ability to go ahead and process in the pocket? And Mac Jones shows you all that. Does he lack the athletic ability? Sure does. But anyway, getting back to your question, the same thing with Joe Burrow the year before. Joe Burrow coming into that season was valued in the 4th, 5th round range, and then he had a great season, and he catapulted right up to the first overall pick. Cincinnati is not feeling bad about making that pick, because Joe Burrow looks like a future franchise quarterback. Same thing with Mac Jones. He came in not that highly touted, but then he just ended up playing and had a tremendous season. Again, the thing with Mac Jones is, and if you haven't studied his tape, is his decision making in the pocket, his accuracy downfield. Throws one of the better deep balls in this entire draft class. The kid just gets it, and he shows leadership qualities, all the intangibles you look for. Smart and everything like that. So that's why he kind of catapulted up the draft boards. Obviously his play helped tremendously, but everything else, all the other intangibles that he showed, is what helped him come up the draft boards.
I think his draft value sort of correlates with his rise in growth and development as well. Because I talk all the time about how he looked the first time we ever saw him take the field after Tua got hurt, broke his hip. He came in against Mississippi State and looked like a kid, making mistakes all over the field, wasn't prepared. Maybe not from a leadership standpoint, because Tua was the guy, but he took the reins of that team. And over the course of the time from when he came in, versus Mississippi State, I think it was in November of 2019, to come January, you're in the postseason and this past 2020 season. You talk about a meteoric rise in growth and development, and I think the meteoric rise, as he kept on climbing and performing and showing out on the field, I think the hype followed that. And so when we come into the year, I was a little bit more bearish on Mac Jones than Danny was. I had him at about maybe a 3rd or 4th round guy, right? Just because I didn't know really too much about how well he actually could move, or just with his body of work that he had already put on film, it wasn't spectacular, right? So in my mind, developmental guys at the quarterback position, you always overdraft quarterbacks because the sense of urgency of getting a dude is always going to trump what round they should probably go in. So I'm thinking probably at the beginning of the year, this guy's probably a 3rd round guy. And then all of a sudden he just keeps performing and performing and performing and winning and winning and winning. And that's how this hype has just sort of meteorically risen him up to, potential top 5 pick. I think it's pretty easy to see that.
And then on the flip side, guys, at the end of the college football season, they were talking about, and when I say they, I'm talking about the mainstream analysts and things like that, that Justin Fields was just without a doubt going to be the number 2 overall pick. And some were saying, hey, maybe they should make a decision. Maybe it's a coin flip between Trevor Lawrence and Justin Fields. And now all of a sudden you got Chris Sims saying he's going to fall to number 32 to the Bucs in his mock draft. So, that's weak. We don't need to talk about that, but still, what happened, as much as we saw Jones ascend in a short amount of time, we're seeing Fields descend in a short amount of time, and maybe sometimes we see things get overcritical during pro days or what have you. For you guys, what do you think contributed to him now possibly being a guy that falls out of the top 10? Danny?
For me, he never dropped. I mean, he came into the season my number 2 ranked quarterback, and he ended the season my number 2 ranked quarterback. I mean, the kid, the big thing the big knock on him is during the season they said, oh, he does it just he's a one read quarterback, which is not true. I mean, there are times, yes, he would right away get the ball to his first read, but the first read was open, so he was get the ball to him. There was times he holds on to the football, and I've talked about this before. These quarterbacks that are athletic, they always feel like they can, make something happen out of nothing. Russell Wilson is accused of holding on to the football way too long at times and taking sacks that he could have avoided by getting rid of the football. But these guys that are athletic always feel like they can make a play with their legs or continue to play, buy some more time and then, throw the ball downfield, find a receiver. That's the thing that Justin Fields has as well. And he's something that he needs to be coached out of. So he's not a finished product. None of these quarterbacks, even Trevor Lawrence, is not a finished product. These guys have room to improve. So, but the thing with Fields is the big knock on him is always the Northwestern game, which Northwestern had one of the better defenses in all of football, college football. And then the Indiana game where he had a couple of interceptions. Well, I think 1 or 2 of them were batted balls, tipped balls, and the ball got picked off. So, he didn't look good. His team still won, but it's the guy's being knocked for poor performance. However, this is a kid that, to me, when the Big Ten canceled the season and said we're not going to play due to COVID, he could have done nothing. He could have walked in as a top 5 pick in this draft, but he went to bat and he started a petition and he wanted to play, and he forced the Big Ten to reconsider their decision, and he came back and he played. And when they asked him, why would you do that? You had it made. You don't have to play. You don't have to prove anything. He said, I did it for my seniors because I wanted my seniors to have their senior day, the last game of the walk off the field on a senior day. That shows me leadership. That stuff really, tells you a lot about the kid himself. And then finally, the cherry on top, if you will, was a Clemson performance in the college playoff game where with two cracked ribs, he goes and he just blows through the number 2 team in the country and just blows them away and has a tremendous performance. That's what you want to see in a leader. That's what you want to see in your quarterback, especially a guy that's going to be potentially the face of your franchise.
Real quick, Neil, before the first overall pick's made, what do you see about Fields, and why do you think maybe he fell or might potentially fall?
Right. I think a lot of it preseason was just a lot of hyperbole about, well, could he potentially pass over Trevor Lawrence for that number 1 pick? And I think that's ridiculous because of if you look at the graduation of Trevor Lawrence over the course of his career versus Justin Fields. Trevor Lawrence has played more games. He's a second coach on the field. He's essentially the Peyton Manning of Clemson's football program. He's the guy that has done nothing but win since he was in high school. Right. There's no doubt that he's the guy that should have gone number 1. So I think what happened a little bit is that everybody came back down to earth a little bit. And, they started talking about Justin Fields as, the number 2 guy. Meanwhile, you have all these other guys, in their rapid ascension, jumping into the conversation. And, it just kind of, muddies the conversational waters a little bit. I don't think, there's anything wrong about Justin Fields. And it looks like the commissioner's coming up to the podium, isn't it?
Yeah, and it looks like the pick has been made, at least on my feed, where the first overall pick of the draft is officially Trevor Lawrence. There's the first big shocker of the year so far, of the night so far. So the Jaguars take Trevor Lawrence. And guys, listen, I feel like when people haven't really been breaking down Trevor Lawrence's game as much because it's been such a given that he was going number 1. Everyone's talking about, okay, well, even not even so much Zach Wilson anymore, but talking about Trey Lance, talking about Justin Fields, and talking about Mac Jones, and we just assume, oh yeah, Trevor Lawrence. Real quick, break down his game and break down what he does better than everyone else. Danny.
Yeah, I mean, he's just a prototypical, quarterback in terms of size, 6'5", 215, 116 pounds. He's got the NFL type arm, can make all the throws. Athletic as heck. For a big kid, the guy's athletic. He's sneaky fast. You could just put on that playoff game against Ohio State where he just went down the sidelines and outran a bunch of real good athletes on Ohio State's defense, and it just shows some of that his ability there as well. So. The kid's been a winner since high school. The kid's, I think only lost 2 games in his collegiate career. So it's everything that NFL teams look for, right? The questions I had about him coming into the season were just some, being able to anticipate throws better down the field, a little more accuracy down the field. And I think that this year, watching some of his games, it got a little bit better over, so he progressed in that area as well. So, my big thing is I want to see my quarterback throw receivers open, allow them to go ahead and utilize their abilities to get some more yards after the catch. So, those are some questions I had about him, but pretty much, he was a guy that was earmarked as a first overall pick, his freshman season as Clemson.
Neil, how about you? What about Trevor Lawrence's game puts him far and above anybody else in this draft?
He's got the elite traits, from the size to athletic ability to the mental. The mental part of it is what I was talking about right before the commissioner came up to the podium, and that he was basically the Peyton Manning of this college football program for the entire time that he was there. He's the second coach on the field from a football intelligence standpoint, from a running the show standpoint. They gave him the full green light to do whatever he needed to do at the line of scrimmage to win football games. There wasn't a whole lot of glancing to the sideline, if you guys notice, if you guys watch those games. So, he's got the ability to escape the pocket. He's not a run first guy, but he has the ability to make plays with his legs. He's got a rifle for an arm, and you just love the moxie, the poise, the leadership. The guy is the dude of that college football program. He's the surest bet of the guys in this draft. He's probably the one that has the least chance to bust, in my opinion. And at that point, you can't do anything but take this dude number one.
So not really a big shocker here. Doesn't really shake up anything from a Bears fan perspective, because this was far and above going to be the most obvious choice for the last, probably year. We just weren't sure who was actually going to get the number one pick. And most likely the number two pick is not going to be that much either. I said earlier that the draft would probably start for Bears fans at the number 3 pick. But do you think it starts after that? Do you think it starts at number 4 or 5? When do you think that Bears fans should really get those antennas up and start paying close attention on who's fallen off the board? Danny, I'll start with you.
Well, for me, at number 3, if the 49ers go with, say, Mac Jones, right now, you got the two guys, Justin Fields and Trey Lance, left there. I'm assuming those are the type of quarterbacks Ryan Pace likes, athletic quarterbacks that are dual threats. I think now he's going to start working the phones and trying to get up there. Like I said, I don't think he's going to have enough capital to get up to Atlanta. Hopefully, I'm wrong. But and I think Atlanta's going to bypass a quarterback there and go with Kyle Pitts. So now you have the waiting game, and you have to kind of see who's going to try and come up and beat them and get in front of get with Detroit's pick or go with Carolina's pick. So Zach Wilson is probably going to be the pick here with the Jets. In terms of him, he's a guy that just really had a tremendous season as well. The kid is fun to watch. His tape is just his throws are just amazing in terms of the arm strength, the ability to move his launch point, arm angle, all that stuff. But I have some more questions about him than I do some of the other quarterbacks. So that's why he was 3rd on my list instead of 2. But yeah, I mean, at this point right now, I'm curious to see who the 49ers pick, and then we're going to go from there.
Same with you, Neil, or do you think it starts at a different point?
No, it really starts there. The fun game starts there, because that's when we started really trying to figure out who the hell we're going to try and get if we go ahead and trade up. If they go ahead and get Mac Jones, like I said, I think it's easy. I think you try and trade up and get Justin Fields. Get that guy in the locker room as soon as possible. If it's Justin Fields going in number 3 and it's Mac Jones or Trey Lance, it's a little bit more of a conversation. Who fits better? Who does Ryan Pace really feel good about in his gut that is going to take this franchise to the next level? I think it's going to be completely a gut thing when we move forward with this. Just like it was for me in terms of Zach Wilson over Justin Fields, is completely a gut thing. He does amazing things on tape. They both do, but Zach Wilson, he's got something magical about him. He's got some kind of it factor about him. Not to say that Justin Fields doesn't. I absolutely love the leadership about that kid, to be able to go ahead and rally the troops to play his college football season like Danny was talking about. But to me, it's Zach number 2, it's Fields number 3, and then it's kind of a halfway toss up between Mac and Trey at 4. And I think I'd take Mac over Trey.
From a Bears fan perspective, all we heard about in the offseason was collaboration, how all these people were going to be, chiming in with it. Do you really feel that way? Do you think that Matt Nagy really had a big part in choosing if they go up and get a quarterback or the quarterback evaluation? You guys feel like that actually happened, or is this going to be another Ryan Pace didn't tell John Fox they were taking Trubisky until he was walking on the stage kind of thing?
No, I think Ryan Pace. I mean, Matt Nagy has been heavily involved, and not only him, but also the coaching staff. So John DeFilippo was at the Davis Mills Stanford Pro Day, and he ran some of the drills there. He requested some throws from Davis Mills, and he did it. So the whole staff has been involved here. So I think that's what when Ryan Pace talked about. I think when the season-ending press conference that they basically said nothing. And one of the things I got out of that was when a reporter asked him, what's going to be different this year in terms of evaluating these quarterbacks, and he said the knowledge that he's going to have, the sounding board he's going to have with the coaching staff. And I think I just didn't think he trusted John Fox's opinions offensively. He didn't trust Dow Loggins in terms of telling him who to quarterback to pick. So I think he just went with the scouts with the Trubisky pick and ended up making that mistake. But no, I think this is different. I think and that's what's giving me hope, right? That's because I'm a big believer in John DeFilippo. I think he's a good quarterback coach. I think he does a great job of breaking down the mechanics and tutoring these guys and getting them prepared for the NFL game. He might not be a great offensive coordinator. We've seen it in a couple of stops, but I think as a quarterback coach, I think I have my faith in him, and I think him and Nagy and Laser being involved in this process gives me faith in terms of the Bears going to get the right guy for their system.
All right, we got another pick. Number 2 overall pick in the draft is Zach Wilson. Once again, not a shocker here. Going to the Jets, seeing if he can revive that franchise. Guys, we talked about ascensions and descensions. What happened with Zach Wilson to the fact where he shot up doors? That was another target about the Bears were looking at, or the Bears fans were talking about in November, December, and maybe they could go up and get him. Now he's the second overall pick out of BYU. Neil, what happened to this guy that all of a sudden he's the number 2 overall pick in the draft?
I think if you look at his 2019 stuff, he had one really solid game against USC where he showed a lot of the stuff that you saw this past year. The 2019 season was really a growth season for him. And then you get into 2020 where he's passing the ball at a 75% plus completion rate. You see the touchdown interception ratio on screen a minute ago. It's 33-3. He put up video game type numbers this year. It's really kind of like the magical playmaking ability with his arm and his legs. Like, he's not just one of these guys that is able to move around off platform outside the pocket and complete the ball. He can do it at different arm angles. He can put it on a rope. His touch while moving is exceptional. His ball placement in contested throws and while under duress is exceptional. And if you guys were just watching the highlights on the screen a little bit ago, I mean, he's doing some special things with the football, guys, and to say that he's a dual threat quarterback is 100% on point, because he can also make the plays with his legs as well. You saw that several times this year. But when it comes down to it, man, like he's got the moxie, he's got the savvy. I really feel like BYU would have had a chance to go ahead and compete for a national title this year had they not had that weird 4-day preparation Coastal Carolina game in the middle of the season. It's hard for any quarterback to go ahead and prepare for that with that short of time frame, and it was kind of a clunker of a game. And I think that kind of injured their stock a little bit as a football team. But I think this dude has the it factor. And like I said, if you guys are a fan of the movie Draft Day, on that Post-it note, Wilson or bust, man.
All right, guys, Danny, I want to shift gears real quick because this is when the draft starts, right? Yep. This is when Bears fans are starting to pay attention. There's 4 minutes left basically for the Niners to make up their mind. This is when Bears fans should start paying attention, because this is going to craft what the Bears can do moving into this draft. If they take Trey Lance, that means only Justin Fields or Mac Jones is left. If they take Mac Jones, then it's either Trey Lance or Justin Fields, and that kind of we're gonna figure out the 2 targets that the Bears can actually move up and get. So what is your inkling? I know a lot of originally it was like, oh, they moved up and they're going to take Mac Jones, and right now it's like, well, the betting favorite, it might be Trey Lance. So Danny, if you have to guess who's going to be the pick here.
Well, when they first made the trade up, I always thought it was going to be Trey Lance initially, and then all of a sudden the reports came out it was Mac Jones. So and then all of a sudden now Trey Lance is making this little comeback, if you will. Personally, I think if they plan on keeping Jimmy Garoppolo, Trey Lance would be the pick here, because that way they can give him a year to kind of sit behind Jimmy G and then learn and then, get better, develop, and then, start off the next season. However, if they go Mac Jones, that tells me Jimmy Garoppolo is out of there, and that could potentially take away New England, because they probably trade him back to New England. That's the rumor du jour, is Jimmy G going back to New England. That will take them out of a competition with the Bears to try and move up and get one of the other two quarterbacks. So, if it's Mac Jones, and now I'm feeling a little bit better here, because now potentially not only we have Justin Fields, my top guy still there, but you also potentially have the Patriots no longer possibly needing a quarterback. So one less team to come up and fight for. So this is where for me right here, it starts with the process in terms of, all right, do we have to go up to number 4? Can we go up to number 8 and still get one of these guys? This is where it gets interesting.
Neil, who do you think the pick's going to be here, and how does that impact the Bears' thought process?
Still feel like it's going to be Mac Jones. That's the one that's been the odds-on favorite, I think, for the longest amount of time. Like I said before, if it's Mac Jones and it becomes a decision between Justin Fields and Trey Lance, you got to go ahead and shoot the bullet. Give up a couple first rounders and go and get Justin Fields, get the quarterback of the future, man. I don't think it's a hard decision from there. If it's Justin Fields at 3, Mac Jones I think would be the one that makes the most sense. And I think Danny and I were pretty adamant last night in how we broke that down, how much more of a sense that makes than Trey Lance. And I think it all hinges around the shorter runway to get to the field. We need a guy to get in there and get prepared and get to be QB1 as soon as possible. So I think one way or the other, shoot the bullet, move up, get the guy. It just depends on who gets taken here and what the outlook looks like for the next 5 picks.
One of the big things that everyone keeps talking about, which I think deficiencies sometimes get magnified going into the draft process, but compared to Trey Lance and compared to Justin Fields, obviously Mac Jones doesn't have that kind of mobility. So, but the fact that he's not as mobile as them all of a sudden makes it, he's wearing cement shoes and he can't move at all. So as you guys are evaluating him, and Danny, is it that much of a deficiency, or is the knock on it just like he doesn't have 4.4 speed, basically?
He doesn't have 4.4 speed. He doesn't have a 6-pack. He's not as athletic as these other two kids. But what he does, though, he processes so quick in the pocket. He gets rid of the ball real quick. He's not going to be a dual threat guy. Now, he's a guy that can buy time in the pocket by shuffling his feet left and right and moving left and right and buying some extra time downfield for the receiver to get open. And if a thing opens up in front of him, he can take it for a 4 or 5, 6 yard gain. But he's not, like I said, not a guy that's going to run a 4.40 like a Justin Fields or have a 6-pack or anything like that. So, he's not the stiff that they're making him out to be, but he's also obviously not in that same class of athlete. However, the kid, what he lacks physically in terms of athletic ability, he makes up with it with his mind and his accuracy downfield. And that's the thing with football nowadays. If you're a smart quarterback and you're accurate, you get rid of it quickly, you're successful.
Yeah, Neil, the pick is in, and while we wait for that, Neil, the picture of Mac Jones with the cigar at Alabama, where he doesn't have the maybe doesn't look like an Adonis per se, could be that new Tom Brady combine picture where it's kind of that soft body,
it's
but
Trey Lance,
much
guys.
like Dan, and the pick is in.
It's Trey Lance. I got it here.
It looks like it looks like Trey Lance is going to be the 3rd overall pick.
Holy cow!
And so that could shake things up a little bit, as if you're watching on the TV feed, you might be seeing this unravel as we speak, as the commissioner's taking the stage. So Trey Lance, the number 3 overall pick, how does that work in San Francisco, and how does that impact the Bears? Neil, I'll start with you. It looks like he could be a guy that sits behind Jimmy G, but now you got Mac Jones and Justin Fields left.
It looks like they're not getting rid of Jimmy G now, is how I read that, because this kid's going to need some time, before he sees the field. He's going to need a little bit of development. It looks like they're going to take care of a year's worth of Jimmy G before they go ahead and give Trey the keys to the franchise. Man, that's an interesting take right there, and I completely understand it. If you plan on keeping Jimmy G around, I completely understand that pick, because now you have this potential stud sitting behind Jimmy G, a vet that can learn, that can absorb like a sponge, everything that Jimmy G has gone through over the course of his career, a mentor, so to speak. And I know it's completely plausible that they go ahead and still get rid of Jimmy G. Maybe they give the keys to the franchise to this kid a little bit sooner than all of us are thinking. But
That's the
now,
one
okay,
thing, though, Neil. That's a good point there, because one thing you've heard about Trey Lance, and we all expect him to sit here. It's a big jump up in competition. He didn't only play one game this season, but he's impressed these coaching staffs and these scouts so much with his football acumen, his knowledge of the game. Remember, he played in a pro style system at North Dakota State. He's been in under center. He's had play action plays. He's got the rollouts, the bootleg, and all that stuff that the 49ers like to put in their offense. So this guy might be ready to play sooner than me and Neil and some of the other scouts probably anticipated. So that could be a case there as well. But traditionally looking at him, he hasn't played in only one game this season. Comes from a lower level competition. He might need a year to kind of sit there and marinate and learn. We'll see what happens. But for me, like I said earlier, if with this pick now, that tells me most likely Jimmy Garoppolo stays with the 49ers for this season. So that means the Patriots now are still looking for their quarterback.
Well, that also tells me is that this kid absolutely crushed the interview process over the past 2 months. Absolutely crushed
and that's a good point, because if you coming out of North Dakota State, there's always going to be that the question mark about the lower level of competition. Not to mention coming out of the same school that Carson Wentz is, he had less experience than Carson Wentz coming out of North Dakota State. So how much does that play into it? Obviously not that much, because the 49ers are still taking number 3 overall. So what? As far as your draft analysis process, Neil, I'll start with you. What does he do so well that you says I only need this amount of tape to know what I'm getting? I get that he's raw. He's 20 years old, just a kid coming into his own. But you're still taking that chance because there's a lot of unknowns there, right?
Yeah, 100%. And he's, if you saw the stats, thrown around social media over the past 48 hours. The least amount of snaps taken, in first round NFL draft quarterback history. Only 17 starts, which amongst these top 5 guys, he and Mac Jones actually had the same amount of starts over the course of their career. But you look at what this kid did in 2019. Obviously, outstanding. 28 touchdowns to no picks. This past year, when they played that one game against Central Arkansas, the Rochelle kid was the only one that was actually able to force a turnover against this guy. He's not a run first kid. He's able to make reads. When he does, tuck the ball and run, though, he turns into a tailback. He's got probably, I want to say 4.45 speed. The kid is lethal with his legs, but you look at what he does with his arm, and especially his mechanics. I mean, when you look at if it was going to come down to like Mac Jones versus Trey Lance mechanically, he's so much more refined than Mac Jones is. Mac Jones needs work. His mechanics to me drive me crazy, but Trey Lance, if you look at what he does, he's got a sound base underneath him. Toe to target. He follows through on his throws, brings his hip through, finishes with the throwing arm in the apple pocket. The ball jumps out of his hand, actually gains velocity on the way to the receiver. He can make all the throws. We saw that on Pro Day. He's got to work obviously on his long distance, accuracy. But I mean, we're also talking about a kid that's been playing quarterback for about 5.5 minutes. He's a guy that was essentially an athlete in high school, was recruited by FBS schools to play safety and receiver and tight end and all these different kinds of positions. The kid stayed true to what his heart told him, that I want to be a quarterback. North Dakota State gave him that opportunity. And, they're not roast beef fat guys. This is the Alabama of FCS, and they've been doing nothing but dominating competition for the past 20 years.
So, guys, let's turn our attention to the Atlanta Falcons. Obviously I'm not in depth and I don't go as deep as you guys do, but I think that Kyle Pitts would be the pick here at number 4, just given that the new head coach, Arthur Smith's the former tight end coach. You see what he does in Tennessee with guys like Delaney Walker and Jonnu Smith. And so, we've seen crazier things happen. Danny, what do you expect to see at number 4, and how does that impact the Bears' outlook?
Well, if they stay here, you're right. I think Kyle Pitts is the pick here. Arthur Smith is ran a lot of 12 personnel, one running back, 2 tight ends with the Titans, and I think him and Hayden Hurst. Neither him Pitts or Hayden Hurst are inline wide tight end blockers. So they're more the move tight ends, the stretch tight ends. So that's curious how he'll work that into the equation. But yeah, if they stay here, I think Pitts is a pick. But this is now where you start looking at trades, right? Are the Bears going to go up here? Are Washington going to come up here? Is it New England? Is it Pittsburgh. There's rumors that Saints were trying to get into the top 10, not for a quarterback, for another position player. So this is going to get curious here because Atlanta's got cap issues, going, here on forward, and they would like to, just recoup as much picks as they can because they're going to start cutting some players and trading some players, and there's rumors, Julio Jones might be up, on the block in terms of trade. So, but if they stay here, they keep the pick, and I think Kyle Pitts, who for me was the second best player in this draft on my top 100 board, so I think he would be the player here that they would select.
Real quick, Neil, do you think that Pitts is? It looks like the Falcons are going to hold on to this pick. The pick is in. Do you think that Pitts is the pick here, and what does he do so well?
If they need a dynamic offensive weapon, that's where they need to go because that's what this dude is. He's a weapon. He's not a tight end. He doesn't have a particular position. This dude is offensive weapon. I wouldn't be surprised if they just use him exclusively as a wide receiver, as a mismatch nightmare, coming out of the slot. His pro day numbers were absolutely unbelievable. What he did this season from a production standpoint is absolutely unbelievable. If I'm the Atlanta Falcons, I don't think there's any choice here. If you need an offensive, stud, this is the next route to go.
Yeah, and it's going to be, they go out and they just get that dynamic tight end that can be a game changer for the Falcons. Looks like they're going to hold on to Matt Ryan. He's going to continue being the guy here as we see the commissioner come out onto the stage. The Falcons about to make their pick. No one's trading up. So no one trade up, which we And there it is. Kyle Pitts is the pick there with the Atlanta Falcons, just as we thought it would be. If they didn't trade out, they stuck with him. I didn't think if they were going to hold on to that pick, I really didn't see who else they would take. I mean, anything can happen, but that just seemed like the logical pick here. So now the Falcons get Kyle Pitts. Does this change anything other than the fact that no one jumped up to trade there, Danny?
No, I mean, right now everything's working the way presumably the Bears want it to work, right? They didn't take a quarterback, they take a position player. Now, another team, these next two teams with Cincinnati and Miami are probably not going to take quarterbacks, right? They're going to go position players as well. So now the next hot spot, if you will, would be Detroit at number 7. Are you going to be able to, whichever team wants to come up, are they going to come up at number 7 and try and get this quarterback? If Detroit stays chalk and goes with offensive lineman, which I think, or a corner, whichever one they decide to go with there, then now it's obviously now you're down to 8. Now you're at Carolina. Now, if you're the Bears, are you able to come up there and go ahead and get them, get your quarterback that you want? So this is where it's getting interesting now. Atlanta was the first hot spot. We saw, they held on to the pick. They took Kyle Pitts. Now the next hot spot for me is going to be Detroit at 7. Is there going to be action there with any of these teams?
Neil, I want to ask you because Cincinnati not going to take a quarterback. Penei Sewell has been linked to them. A couple receivers have been linked to them. What do you think happens at number 5? No chance that anyone would try to trade up, or the Bengals would trade this pick away.
I think the Bengals are going to go ahead and get one of these retrievers. They need to go ahead and give that quarterback some weapons. So I think they're going to stay where they are. Miami is in an interesting position. They've made some pre-draft moves for a reason. I think they're situated right where they want to be. The Detroit Lions at 7. I wouldn't be surprised if they're sort of halfway, sneakily thinking about taking a quarterback to put behind Jared Goff. I'm not sure if Jared Goff is the answer for them, but in no way, shape, or form do I expect the Detroit Lions to go ahead and trade in division. So again, you get back to 8 and 9, which is what we've been talking about for a couple of weeks now. 8 and 9 is probably, outside of 4, 8 and 9 is where, it looks like we may need to go ahead and try and make a move if we want to go ahead and get one of these guys. And, Carolina just got a dude, Denver just got a dude, who knows where they're looking right now, those two particular franchises. I think there's work to be done right there. There could be some moves to make.
Danny, obviously, I don't think that Cincinnati is going to play into this quarterback situation at all. But Neil says that he thinks he's going to get a receiver. Do you think that the Bengals go that route as well?
Yeah, Jamar Chase. The last time we saw Jamar Chase play, Joe Burrow was his quarterback at LSU, and he scored 20 touchdowns. So I think that reunion is gonna take place back in Cincinnati. Offensive line is a need, but they did sign Riley Reef as a free agent. So that's going to help them there. And then the offensive tackle position is kind of deep. So you could second round, maybe third round, they're going to go ahead and attack that position there. So, but I think you get a playmaker like Jamar Chase, who is my top rated receiver in this draft, and he's a guy that I think is going to be just lights out with Cincinnati.
Man, I always go for the big uglies. I love Penei Sewell, but
I'm with you, man. I'm with you. You build your team in the trenches, but with this team right now, I think the combination of Chase, Burrow, Tyler Boyd, and T. Higgins, that last year's second round pick, and then you already got an veteran offensive lineman free agency. You can get some more guys in the second round and third round. That's the only reason, because he's such a big time playmaker, Jamar Chase. I think you just can't pass that guy up, especially you give your quarterback a weapon like that.
I don't want to get too ahead of myself because we want to see what Cincinnati does here, but I do want to talk about Miami because they've been incredibly active in this draft, trading, and then there's been more rumors about how they might try to trade back up to 4 to get Kyle Pitts because they wanted to get Tua, that playmaking tight end. Where do you think Miami, and I'll start with you, Neil, where do you think Miami kind of goes on this chart, and does anything they do impact the Bears at all?
I don't think anything they do impacts the Bears. If I'm Miami, I'm going ahead and taking Penei Sewell, because he's the next one on the board that makes the absolute most amount of sense. Dancing Bear has all the athletic attributes that you can possibly want in a big old dude that can honestly play any position across the line that you want to play. He's just another raw dude that's going to take time to develop a little bit. He's a little bit more raw on the pass pro side of things than he is in the run game. But I mean, you just can't pass up big, athletic, and nasty. And so that's where I expect Miami to go. 100%. I could expect them to surprise me. They've done nothing but surprise me over the course of the past 8 weeks anyway. So
I think
where they go.
I think they go offense. I think they go Jaylen Waddle, receiver from Alabama, and they reunite him with Tua. And then remember, they have this second first round pick, 18th overall, and they could probably get a starting offensive caliber tackle there. They're not going to get a Penei Sewell down there, but that's my inkling is that they're going to go Jaylen Waddle or Devontae Smith, possibly at number 6, because they traded back up to get a playmaker for Tua is what the thought process was with Miami. So I think they go playmaker here, offensive lineman, and with that second round pick. Oh, that's first. I
don't like their tackle though. I don't like their tackle. Tunsil, right?
No, Tunsil was traded. He was traded to Houston.
Oh, that's right. He was traded. Never mind.
That's why they got the pick, the third overall pick.
That's right.
So, and the pick is in for the Bengals. Now, the only thing I think that these next 2 picks could impact the Bears is if, for some reason, the Bengals don't take Penei Sewell and Miami doesn't take Penei Sewell, then all of a sudden he's in the division and he could be playing for Detroit if the Lions decide that's the route they want to go. Do you think that if he would fall to 7, that would be a pick that the Lions would make?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's now Detroit needs receivers too, right? But that's another position that's deep. Also, they can probably attack that in the second or third rounds as well. So, but yeah, I think Penei Sewell or even Rashawn Slater would be a solid pickup for the Lions there. Remember, they have a head coach now that wants to bite off kneecaps. So I think Penei Sewell bites off kneecaps. I don't think receivers bite off kneecaps.
What a meatball.
Yeah. I was gonna say, Neil, do you think if Cincinnati and Miami both pass up Sewell, does he not get any further than 7 with Detroit?
Would not doubt if I wouldn't be surprised, I should say, if Matt Campbell goes ahead and gets Penei Sewell, the kneecap bite off guy. What an incredible press conference that was. Only to be outdoed by Sirianni at Philadelphia. But
we got some characters.
Where I go to school. Unbelievable.
Yeah. Now, we got some characters as head coaches now. And so the Bengals pick is in. And so far kind of chalky, but not a little different because Trey Lance does go number 3. Real quick before we get to the Bengals pick, out of these 5, now I know that you guys really liked all the 5 of these quarterback prospects. A lot of them had their upsides. Some of them had some deficiencies. But who had the biggest bust potential in your? For anyone who hasn't listened to what you guys were talking about for the last whatever months, would Trey Lance potentially have the biggest bust potential, or was it somebody else? Danny,
for me, it's Zach Wilson. That was the guy, the biggest bust potential. He's a guy that I love his skill set. Like I said, he throws the ball like he flicks it 50 yards on the field like no tomorrow. But he's a guy that has battled injuries before in his career. He's only 213 pounds. 6'2". So he's a guy that's going to be has some medical concerns, if you will. coming into the season, he had to, he wasn't the outright starter. He had to battle for his, for a starting position, and he played a schedule that wasn't great, right? So, and then he went out and again, you play who you're scheduled, and he played and he balled. So that's the guy for me is got bust potential, and he goes to a place like New York, right? Provo, Utah, and New York are two different worlds there. So that pressure on him is going to be huge. With the media and the spotlight, can he live up to the hype, to the expectation of the New York media and the fans and all that stuff? So I think for me, that's got the bigger bust potential.
Real quick, Neil, who had your biggest bust potential?
I think given where Zach is going, he's got a road to climb. He's got a hill to climb, a long road to go to reach the heights that I expect him to hit. I
think. And we get cut in because Ja'Marr Chase is the pick for Cincinnati. Look, both you guys said receiver, and it looks like that's the route that they wanted to go. And so they get a playmaker. And, Bears fans, we are so enamored with breaking down the quarterbacks just because we've never had one. But so tell us a little bit about the receiver position, especially Ja'Marr Chase. What does he bring? Neil, we cut you off with the alarm, so I'll go ahead and start with you. What kind of skill set does Ja'Marr Chase bring to Cincinnati, and can he take that offense to the next level?
Yeah, no worries. I mean, Ja'Marr Chase to me was the best all-around top shelf receiver in this in this draft class. He's got greater size and length than these other two guys. And to me, it was Devontae Smith, Jaylen Waddle, and Ja'Marr Chase, and it was a hair splitter between the three. I couldn't necessarily decide who I wanted to take between the three. So, I mean, Devontae Smith for a few other reasons, was my number one guy, but Ja'Marr Chase to me, has a size, has a dynamic playmaking ability. He's very smooth in his movement, great body control, can high point with the best of them. A guy with true versatility. If you're talking about Ja'Marr Chase, how he fits with the Bears offense, he's a guy that can play all three wide receiver positions. I see him having the strength to beat the press, the speed to pierce the high safeties, the ability to create mismatches in the slot and motion. He's an all-around guy. I wish we could have seen him this year. I really do, and I can't stand guys that go ahead and opt out. It drives me absolutely up the damn wall. But he's a dude, man. And being reunited with Burrow in Cincinnati, man, that's matchmaking right there, man. That's love.
Danny, what's your breakdown?
Yeah, for me, he was my top-rated receiver in this draft. The difference between him and Devontae Smith is, like Neil said, this guy, Devontae Smith is a great route runner, but this guy can do a little bit more in terms of physicality at the line of scrimmage. If a corner comes up and presses him, he's got the strength to go ahead and beat the press, get downfield. He's got that extra gear. If the corner is in phase with him, he's got that burst where he can go ahead and separate and create that over the top separation. He's strong at the catch point. He's physical downfield. He'll go up and battle for those contested 50-50 jump balls. And again brings you that deep speed element as well. So for me, it was the all around receiver. Like I said, 2019 had a monster season, 20 touchdown receptions while playing with Joe Burrow in that LSU offense, and that was with Justin Jefferson on the other side and Terrace Marshall Jr., who's going to be taken later on today, also there too. So that tells you this guy's an alpha in terms of the receiving room there. So definitely the best receiver in the draft. And like I said, being reunited with Joe Burrow is going to be something that Cincinnati is going to like a lot.
All right, we're going to move on to the sixth pick. The Dolphins, their pick's already in, so they must have got the guy that they were really zoning in on must have been there. So we talked about potentially another receiver going off the board here. Do we see Devonta Smith or Jaylen Waddle go off the board here, or do they go with Penei Sewell? I know they'd like to get some weapons for Tua. So, Neil, what do you think they do here at number 6?
I mean, if it's not Penei Sewell, which is where I'd go, because like I said, I absolutely love big dancing bears that are strong and nasty as hell. I think they probably go Jaylen Waddle here. I think the buzz around Miami has been they've liked Jaylen Waddle more than Devontae Smith, and Jaylen Waddle. Not that you're supposed to go ahead and compare guys to Tyreek Hill or anything, but he's a pretty close comparison to a Tyreek Hill type of dude. He's an absolute ball of explosion. So I wouldn't be surprised if they go ahead and get Jaylen Waddle here. Like I said, I'd go with Penei Sewell, how my mind works, but that's where I think that they could go if they go with an offensive weapon.
What about you, Danny?
Yeah, Waddle's the guy for me. I think they like tough receivers, and I think he brings a little grit to him, along with big play potential, game breaking speed. He also helps him on as a returner as well. Sensational punt returner too. So I think they go Waddle. They help Tua. He give him another weapon. Remember they signed. Now I'm drawing a freaking blank on the kid from Notre Dame. Oh, Will Fuller. They signed Will Fuller. So they got another weapon there on the outside. So I think they're going to put Waddle here in the slot and just utilize his speed all over the place. Again, give Tua that those threats downfield. Now that second first round pick, I think it was 18 overall. That's where I see them coming back and then attacking the offensive line.
For people that haven't been following it closely, Devonta Smith and Jaylen Waddle, both Alabama products. So what's the big differentiating factor here that why you would take Waddle over Smith, or what I should say, what makes them different receivers, if anything, Neil?
Jaylen Waddle is a little bit more versatile than Devonta Smith. I think Devonta Smith is definitely a weapon in the slot. Jaylen Waddle. He's got a little bit more girth to him. He's more twitched up than Devonta. Devonta, he's a long strider. He's a glider, type of dude. Jaylen Waddle is like explosive, twitched up. He's got elite dexterity and body control. He's a guy that can be physical at the line of scrimmage, but he's a guy that's going to run by DBs. He's going to win one-on-one battles. The biggest question about him was just that ankle. If he was healthy, obviously it's not going to affect anything. He ran around a little bit during pro day, so we know he's doing okay. But again, extreme versatility is what you get out of Jaylen Waddle. He's a slot guy, he's an outside guy, he's a move guy, he's very dangerous, he's all energy, just a ball of explosion, like I was saying. Devonta Smith, people want to talk about his size and want to disparage him because of his size. I don't think that's an issue. We've seen, tiny dudes excel in the league before. Tyreek Hill is the size of my pinky, and Deshaun Jackson is about skinny as about as skinny as a light post. So, Devonta Smith's going to be fine. It's just a matter of, getting him in an offense that's going to use him the right way.
See, for me, I'm the opposite. To me, Devonta Smith is the number one.
And it is Jaylen Waddle. Jaylen Waddle is going to the Miami Dolphins. Tua gets himself another weapon. Danny, I'm going to let you finish that thought, though, because even though Waddle was the pick, I want to know what your breakdown is between these two receivers and why maybe Miami just decided to lean Waddle on this one.
Well, for me, Devonta Smith is more of a one type of receiver. Waddle is more of a complementary kind of receiver, right? So you watch Smith run his routes, clean routes, smooth routes. He catches the ball cleanly with his hands. He's a hands catcher. Waddle, he's got the explosive speed. He brings you that element within the slot. I don't think outside is going to be where he can make his bread and butter. I think he's going to be predominantly in the slot. Matchup nightmare. With Waddle. One of the things I kind of downgraded him is he's a body catcher. You see a lot of double bobbles in terms of his catch. He's not a clean hands catcher. Uses his body a lot to secure the football. With Devonta Smith, it's totally opposite. If Devonta Smith was about 20 pounds heavier, I think Devonta Smith would have been a pick here. But that 166 is scaring a lot of teams because say, all right, if this guy runs a shallow crosser, when one of these linebackers can just push him and throw him off his route, and if the quarterback's in there waiting for him to come across, come open, next thing you know, he's on the ground. So that's the thing that kind of scares these teams about him. So with Devonta Smith, you kind of have to maybe scheme him a little bit, and get him open, get him off of press coverage if they come up to press him. But he's lightning quick off the snap. Like I said, runs clean, superb routes. And for me, he's just an alpha. I mean, as a freshman, he got the game-winning touchdown in a national championship game from Tua. So he's gotten better and better ever since then. So that's how I see the two.
So where potentially could Smith fall now? We talked about the Lions potentially needing a wide receiver, but I think that they maybe go Penei Sewell here. We'll get to that in a second. Where do you think that Smith could fall now? Because after the Lions, you have the Panthers and Broncos. We don't even know if those two teams are going to have their own picks at that point. And then you have Dallas, who's not going to take a wide receiver. And then you have the Giants and the Eagles. The Eagles coming off a first-round wide receiver last year. How far could Devonta Smith fall?
Well, the rumors pre-draft were the Eagles were trying to come up in the ahead of Dallas and ahead of the Giants to get one of these receivers, whether it's Waddle or Devontae Smith. So if it stays the way it is, and if he drops all the way down, so I'm thinking Giants, I'm thinking 11, or I'm thinking Eagles at 12. Maybe the Eagles come up a couple of slots and just secure Devontae Smith. But that's the area I'm thinking they're going to go there.
And Neil, real quick, where do you think that he could potentially fall?
I don't see him making it past Philadelphia, but if he does, I can't see him making it out of the middle of this first round. You get to a point to where you got a guy that now provides you extreme draft value, anywhere between 13 and 20. So somebody in there is going to pick him just for the simple fact that you get extreme value out of taking a guy this talented and this much of a playmaker at the pick that you're getting him in. I don't see him making it all the way down to 20 where we're at.
No.
So now we're at number 7, and it's the Lions. So this is kind of where things start getting interesting, because the Lions could be in a quarterback market. If they don't go quarterback, if they go Penei Sewell, or maybe they go wide receiver, then things get incredibly interesting, because then who's going to make the move to trade up to number 8? Right. Who's going to make the move to trade up to number 9? Because there's still Mac Jones and there's still Justin Fields on the board. If he doesn't go here at number 7, do we see someone, maybe the Bears, but do we maybe see the action come in now where people are maybe waiting to see what the Lions do? If the Lions don't take a quarterback, boom, we got to get up to number 8 and try to cut everybody else off and get one of these quarterbacks. Danny, do you see how that could potentially happen?
That's what I would do. Like right now, if Lions, and I think they're going to go, because Penei Sewell fell this low, I think they might go offensive line here instead of Devontae Smith, unless they trade the pick. But I think if they go, say, offensive tackle, for example, 8 is Carolina. I know Carolina is looking to move back. I know they want to accumulate picks. If you're the Bears, how high is Justin Fields or how high is Mac Jones on your board, and how much are you willing to give up to go get them? So I think for me, I've said it. Go get Justin Fields. Go get him. I mean, I wouldn't wait, because the next thing you know, you're going to get jumped by a team like Washington, Pittsburgh, New England, so on and so forth. So. If I'm the Bears, I'm on the phone with Carolina right now saying, hey, what do you want? What does it take? You get a guy that coming in, is my number 2 quarterback, a guy that might not be ready to start game 1, but at least by 4 weeks in, he's surely should be ready to go and start. And that's just me guessing. He might be ready to start game 1, talking about either Fields or Mac Jones. So I mean, just imagine what you're going to do here with the fan base. John, you do the post-game show. You want to do post-game shows next year, or talking about Andy Dalton and him, throwing another bad pick or fumbling the ball or something like that. You want some hope, right? You want to see a young guy come in and develop, a guy as talented as Justin Fields, or even if it's Mac Jones. You want to give the fan base some hope, some excitement, some juice, and making a move like this would do it. Danny,
I don't want to do May shows talking about Andy Dalton, but so let alone post-game shows talking about Andy Dalton. But Neil, if the Lions don't go quarterback here, it would be great to see the Bears move up, but aren't they probably going to have to give up more than what the other teams are, just because they are further down in the order? They might not be able to put it together a more enticing package than New England or Pittsburgh or Washington. If they do move up here, could we see a pretty big let's say treasure trove of picks go to move up there?
I mean, going into this, I felt like it was going to be this year's first round, next year's first round, the year after that's first round, potentially 1 or 2, day 2 guys, and potentially a player. And that was just the realistic expectation that I had going into this in terms of the kind of capital it would take to move up to 8 or 9 and get our dude. So nothing would surprise me if it has anything sort of in the realm of that collection of items. And
Bears fans, and a big sigh of relief.
Cool.
The Lions go Penei Sewell. Not a big sigh of relief, because they just a monster just came into Detroit who's going to be.
I'm not sure Khalil Mack is happy, but I think Bears fans.
Yeah, if you're a Bears fan and you were holding out for a quarterback, you're happy. But now an incredibly rated offensive lineman now goes to Detroit to protect whoever the hell is going to play quarterback for them. Is, I guess, Jared Goff, at least this year. Penei Sewell's the pick, and he fell to 7, where a lot of people thought that he would go number 5. Give us a breakdown here, because Bears fans are gonna have to deal with this guy for potentially the next 9, 10, 11 years. Danny, What did you see from Sewell, and what kind of hurdles is he going to put in front of the Bears defensive line?
Yeah, I mean, he's a tailor-made left tackle. He's athletic. He's got great feet. He plays nasty. He plays mean. You see some of the blocks he gets out there. He's just walloping guys in his path. He's not yet a finished product for me. So he's a guy that still needs some development. He's another guy that opted out, didn't play this past season. However, man, like we said, all the the measurables are there: the arm length, the size, the feet, the quickness, the athletic ability. This is a guy that they can build around. Now Detroit can build their offensive line around this kid here. So I expect this kid to be, if not a perennial Pro Bowler, he's going to make a few Pro Bowls in his career.
Neil, real quick, what do you see about Sewell? And then we'll start talking about this number 8 pick.
I mean, like I said, he's got a way to go in the pass game, but you're talking about a dude that has all the physical and athletic attributes. He's the top graded offensive lineman in the nation in PFF history. The first player in Oregon history to win the Outland Trophy. In 926 snaps, no sacks, 7 pressures, 2 hits, 58 knockdowns. This is just an absolute monster. He's a definition of big athletic dude. Has all the physical athletic attributes: quickness, speed, agility. The ultimate dancing bear. Exceptional lower and upper power. I love guys that look like they love and have fun playing the game of football, right? And that's what he does. He has fun playing the second level. He covers downfield. He shows great range. He puts dudes in the dirt. This dude has that get mentality, that get after your ass mentality, which is what I love about my offensive line. I want my offensive line to be big and mean and strong and physical and athletic as hell. He brings all of that. In the pass game, he's got the natural mobility. He just needs to improve his leverage. He has a tendency of playing high. The footwork is not quite there yet. He has to keep his feet moving constantly. Has a tendency of stopping his feet on contact. He needs to maintain his balance better, have a plan, be more physical in the passing game. He's raw in his technique, and it gets a beat at times. But at other times, he shows an innate ability to recover. So, with that athletic ability, you can't pass up. That size, athletic ability, physicality, you just can't pass that up. I love this dude.
All right, guys, the draft starts now for a lot of Bears fans. We are at the number 8 pick. So before we jump into that, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to talk about all the potential movement that could happen at this number 8 pick. You're listening to the draft special right here on the Barroom Network. John Buffone alongside Niel Stopczynski and Danny Shimon. We'll be right back after this.
Can be a more dynamic scorer. One of the things that we've harped on this year is the lack of shot creation from him. We haven't seen it as consistently as we'd like to.
When you come from Finland and you go to college and you don't work on those things because you're just so much better than everybody, you're so used to being able to shoot your 3 whenever you want it, you can fall into a lull in your working on your craft because it's worked for you. What you've been doing has worked. So why should I change it? And there's only so many guys like that come into the league that are like, man, I'm not good enough. I'm not good enough yet. I need to work on this. I need to work on that. And there are guys that will come in the league and be like, you know what? I got here doing what I do. Why am I going to change it? Sometimes guys got to be punched in the mouth with some real
criticism. Is not hate, and praise is not fandom. When I'm criticizing Lauer, it's because I think he's better.
Welcome back to the draft special here on the Barroom Network. John Buffone alongside Niel Stopczynski and Danny Shimon. The Carolina Panthers are on the clock at number 8 in the set. If you're watching TV, it says the pick is in, which means there's no movement there, which could mean a number of things. Now, as far as just on its face, they could be taking Rashawn Slater out of Northwestern. That would make sense for them. But guys, no movement here. And if they don't take a quarterback, which maybe they are still, maybe they still are in the quarterback market. We'll have to see. But if they don't take a quarterback here and no one trades up here, Neil, what do you think that does as far as movement moving forward in this draft, and how does it affect the Bears?
Well, if they take Rashawn Slater here, I mean, that's another dude that I absolutely love. Obviously, they have a quarterback, in the stable. I don't know where else they would possibly go with this pick.
They're also earlier I heard they're looking for a corner as well, a cornerback. So that could be Patrick Surtain is still out there. J.C. Horn is still out there. So offensive line and cornerback would be the picks here. But the bigger story for me, if they stay with the player, is now we're number 9. Ryan Pace. Are you going to make a move here? We got Justin Fields and Mac Jones falling. Are you going to just wait? How long are you going to wait for these guys? So that's what I'm getting nervous about here, because for me, like, I already made a move right now, but we'll see. He's playing some poker here. I'm not sure. Hope he doesn't lose. But yeah, but for the Panthers, I'm looking either offensive line or cornerback here.
We would hope to have some news by now that this.
Danny with the prediction of, yes, they go J.C. Horn, the cornerback out of South Carolina, going to the Panthers. Surprised by this, or does it make sense? Danny, you talked about them potentially being in the market for cornerback. Are you surprised that they stayed at this pick, and are you surprised that Horn was the pick?
I'm surprised to stay at this pick, and I am surprised that they went Horn over Surtain. Surtain was my top-rated corner. The only rated thing is Horn is a little bit more twitchier than Surtain. Surtain's a little bit bigger corner. Both physical, and I think Horn has shown the ability to be a better a player on the ball. He's got to be able to corral those interceptions though, but he nonetheless, he's a guy that you can line up as an outside corner, as your slot corner as well. I think as opposed to Surtain was more of a outside corner. He didn't have the lateral agility to be able to line up in the slot. So Horn gives you more of a more flexibility there in that respect. But I mean, this kid's a player. Obviously, his dad is Joe Horn, the former Saints receiver. So he's got NFL bloodlines. Even Surtain as well. Patrick Surtain, the first, is his dad. So both corners have those NFL bloodlines. But it's just a matter of what you prefer. And it looks like the Panthers preferred a guy with a little bit more flexibility.
Neil, surprised by the pick that they stayed? Surprised by the fact they go with Horn?
I'm not surprised by the fact they went with a corner. I do like the fact they went with Horn, supposedly for what they do. If you look at what they have on their depth chart right now, there's only really 2 corners right there that make you feel any sort of excited. The 2 guys that are on top of the depth chart, Dante Jackson, AJ Bouye, who right now is suspended. So they need to go ahead and get more depth in that room. So taking a guy like J.C. Horn, I absolutely love this kid in terms of his twitch and his explosion. He's just an elite athlete, and the only reason why I had Pat Surtain ahead of J.C. Horn on this list was just because of his pedigree, who his dad was, who coached the kid. 38 straight starts for the elite program in Alabama. That defense, he's got a massive build, like really solid uppers. Like if you see his kid on his pro day, he's just so well built upstairs. Like he can make life hell for receivers on the line of scrimmage. And again, that's not just to put down J.C. Horn. I think that this kid is a guy that could function anywhere on the field. Inside over the slot or outside on the island. You can have him pressing in space. You do like his physicality and press, but that's really the only place where I do like his physicality. I think he's got impressive mobility with his feet and his hip fluidity. How this kid operates in space is special. I think he can effortlessly make plays on the ball and react to the run game as well. Very instinctive. He's a dude that is unique in a lot of different ways. So he's a guy that's going to immediately upgrade that room.
Well, guys, we thought 8 and 9 were going to be crazy. So far, Panthers stay back at 8 and no movement yet at the number 9 pick, but there could be something in the works here. Denver, they've been linked to quarterbacks, but they traded for a quarterback. Earlier today, they were linked to Aaron Rodgers, so I have no clue where they're going to go with this. But then if you look, if nobody moves up into this spot and they just pick at number 9, then you got the Cowboys. They're not looking for a quarterback. The Giants, not looking for a quarterback. The Eagles, maybe, but we're not really sure about that. The Chargers, no. The Vikings, maybe. And then you're getting into the New England Patriots at 15. Guys, there could be a potential here where if the Bears are going to move up, they got to find somebody to move up with at some point. And so, who I don't think Dallas is going to want to have to move off number 10 because I think they desperately would like to get some support on the defensive side of the ball. And now with J.C. Horn gone, maybe Patrick Surtain is who they're really holding out for. So as this is playing out, if Denver doesn't trade and they stay put and they don't take a quarterback, that means both Mac Jones and Justin Fields will fall out of the top 10.
Most likely.
What does that mean?
Someone trades up. Unless someone trades up with Dallas.
Sure. Oh, sure. But if they fall, if Dallas stays put and gets a defensive player, whoever they're going to take,
right,
who of those quarterbacks fall in the top 10, every slot that a quarterback doesn't go is less and less that the Bears would have to give up to move up.
Exactly.
So, I mean, they're playing a dangerous game right now because the Bears didn't move up at number 8. They didn't move up. They're not they may not move up to number 9. They could. There's still minutes left. But if Dallas stays put, is this best case scenario, not sure scenario? What does that mean for the Bears, Danny?
It's Danny sweating his ass off scenario. That's what it is right now because like I want both these guys are the guys I love are Justin Fields and Mac Jones. So go up and get your guy. Now I'm assuming that through back channels they kind of have an idea of who's going where and whatnot and what they have to go to secure one of these guys. So I if you had told me this morning or before this draft started that both Justin Fields and Mac Jones would fall out of the top 10, I'd say you're crazy. There's no chance.
Mm-hmm.
But that's how it's happened. Now I was mentioned on last night's show, Peter King put a nice article out there on Monday saying that he doesn't expect much trading into the top 10 because of the fact that the 49ers kind of ruined it for everybody. They gave up 3 first-round picks and a third-round pick to go 9 slots. And now everyone in the top 10 is expecting, a massive haul. And these teams are saying, no, we're not going to give you that, for a haul. And like I said, all these quarterbacks, while first round talent, they all have flaws or no one's perfect. So that's why some of these teams are saying, you know what, we're going to hold off. And now, these guys are falling down. I think I saw a question in the chat was, could the Bears get either Justin Fields or Mac Jones sitting at 20? I say, no way they can do that. I say, go and find a target and go get one of these guys. Obviously, Justin Fields is 1, Mac Jones is 2 in my preference. So hopefully the Bears have liked both these guys.
Yeah, and as the time, we're down to under 55 seconds for the Broncos to make a move. Now that means they could be on the phone trying to wheel and deal. They could be doing their due diligence. So I think if you're looking, and maybe I'm just looking at this because I'm paranoid, but as I see more and more time, as I see more and more time just trickle away, I'm like, they're trying to get something done. Someone's trying to move up. Who's trying to move up? Who could it be? And it looks like literally it just says the pick is in. So if the pick is in, and if I'm reading the graphic correctly, maybe the pick is in, maybe it means the trade is in. But I see that when I see the pick is in, I see that as the team has made their pick. They have not traded it. So so the pick is in. So now if the Broncos are staying put, are they going to take a quarterback? I lean no. But I don't. But anything can happen on draft night. Maybe the Broncos didn't expect their number 1 rated guy. Maybe they had Mac Jones rated really high and didn't expect him to fall to number 9. Maybe they thought Justin Fields wasn't going to fall to them at number 9. So I guess we'll see. But if they were going to take a quarterback, and Neil, I'll go to you real quick. If they were going to take a quarterback, which one do you think that they actually take?
Plot twist. What if they're banking this pick for Green Bay?
What? Yeah, that could be. They're talking to Green Bay and say, which quarterback do you want when we trade Aaron Rodgers?
Green Bay already has Jordan Love. They took him last year. I think they have
another one.
Future.
Get him another one.
Maybe they're just making this pick for Green Bay.
I think they stay here. I think it's Micah Parsons, the linebacker from Penn State, if Denver stays here with this pick.
That'd be he's a hell of an athlete, hell of a story, hell of a character. I live in Central Pennsylvania. He's a Central Pennsylvania guy. Yep. Went to Penn State, went to Harrisburg Central Dolphins. So I think that would be a hell of a pick. That would really bolster their defense here. We see the commissioner coming out now.
The other thing keep in mind is they were in need for a cornerback. Now with Kyle Fuller there, do they still need a cornerback? Patrick Surtain, the second, is still out there. Top 10, highly rated kid. So it's either Micah Parsons or Patrick Surtain, unless they go offensive lineman. Rashawn Slater out there as well.
Yeah, and Vic Fangio, we know he likes his linebackers. So we'll see if they're gonna bolster that. Right on cue, Patrick Surtain goes to Denver. They get their cornerback. They pair him up with Kyle Fuller, who is only there on a 1-year deal. So that could be a mentorship program for Patrick Surtain the second, going to Vic Fangio, a defensive maven, to learn with Kyle Fuller, to learn that system. And they held fast. So guys, what does that mean? The fact that we'll get to Surtain in a second, but what does that mean that there is no movement with the two positions that we thought were going to be there was going to be a lot of activity there? And maybe the Broncos were waiting. They're waiting by the phone saying, somebody call us. And then the phone never rang. So, so you, Danny, what does that mean?
I think that what they're asking for, these teams were asking for, was just the other teams that were not willing to give up. So other than the fact that and like, for example, for the Bears, right, unless they don't see Justin Fields and Mac Jones as being those type of top 10 quarterbacks, which I would be shocked because the rest of the NFL was seeing them kind of the same way. So curious what's going on here with these guys. Now, just a kind of a side note, there was that whole epilepsy thing that was leaked about Justin Fields in terms of he deals with it. It hasn't altered him or hasn't affected him, and so far in his playing career. It's BS that it got out there. It shouldn't have been out there in the first place. But maybe that's something that we're not privy to, and there's some more medical information there that has him dropping. We talked about Mac Jones and some of his physical limitations. He's not as athletic. So this is what happens in draft day, right? You always hear all these rumors and all these guys in the media talking heads saying, "Oh, he's going here, he's going there." Mac Jones going 3, Mac Jones going 8, blah blah. And now next thing you know, they're all dropping out of the top 10. So I'm still nervous. Like I want Justin Fields or Mac Jones, one of these two. If I'm right pace, I'm burning up the phones. I'm calling Dallas. I'm calling the Giants. I'm calling somebody, one of these teams. I'm trying to get up there. But the more they drop, the less you have to give up. So the other thing you have to worry about is these other teams, Washington's, I keep saying New England's, all these guys, are they going to make a move up and get these guys?
Yeah, Neil, before I really want to get into some of the mobility here, but what's your thought on Surtain being the pick here and how he's going to fit into the NFL game?
Yeah, so Surtain, like I was saying before, 38 straight starts for that program in Alabama, son of PS1. They call him PS2. You love the build, you love the uppers, physical dude. The length on this kid allowed him to make plays on the ball and snatch picks where he couldn't and shouldn't otherwise. He doesn't have, to me, the explosively twitched up, hips or feet like a guy like J.C. Horn would. But he's very quick to react. He's sudden in his movements. He has a size, a speed, the ball skills, the ball skills, and the ability to read the offense. And be instinctive in his reaction, whether it's mirroring routes, setting edges, But I mean, his size allows him to be dominant. He's got great physicality at the line. He's got these long arms that establishes space. He's able to tackle in the open field, and that's a big thing with DBs for me. These guys need to tackle in open space. I don't know how many times I lose my head on Sunday afternoons watching our DBs, whiff on air, right? So this kid knows how to tackle. He has the effort along with the physicality. Which is what I love. He's very smooth in his drop. He's snappy in his release. And, he's also a guy that provides special teams value as well. He's a proud special teams player. The only thing I really didn't like about this kid, we were talking about nitpicky stuff. I mean, he doesn't have that really sudden, closing burst of the ball carrier. And I keep on comparing him to J.C. Horn, but just because J.C. Horn is just that much more dominant of an athletic specimen, that's where you nitpick these guys around a little bit. But the physicality and contact, the driving of the feet, he gives you the versatility in the defensive backfield, with his athletic ability, size, and physicality. So, I think he's basically just a little bit bigger, more physical version of his pops, and he probably should be, just as successful as his pops was for as long as he was in the league.
Yeah, and that leads two cornerbacks go off the board, and we know that Dallas was potentially zoning in on cornerbacks. Now, Adam Schefter reporting that Dallas is likely to trade out of the number 10, which is what I was going to bring up, the likelihood that number 10, and it looks like the Eagles just made a trade to move up to number 10. So the Eagles look like they just moved from number 12 to 10. So what does that mean for the Philadelphia Eagles? Does that mean that are they going any idea that they could potentially be moving up for a quarterback, or who could they potentially be moving in on? Could it be a Devontae? Could it be a Devontae Smith? Could they move up to take a receiver?
That's who I would say. My money's on Devontae Smith because I know they wanted to get a receiver, reunite him with Jalen Hurts, the Alabama connection there as well. So that was a rumor before the draft is that the Eagles were trying to move up and to get a receiver because they didn't want that receiver to go to either the Giants at number 11. So this could be that move there. I hope it's not for a quarterback. That would suck. But now if you're the Bears now, they're
going to fall in the top. If it's not a quarterback, then then that means that Fields and Mack are out of the top 10, and that's less that they're going to have to give up. You don't see that. Then do the Giants become somebody that needs to trade, or is somebody going to go after the Giants pick at 11? Eventually, these teams are going to start getting phone calls where the Bears are saying, "Well, we only got to move up 7 spots now. We only got to move up 8 spots, 9 spots, and they're not going to have to give up 3 years worth of first round picks."
Exactly.
And,
it works. Go ahead. Yeah.
I was just gonna say, I'm looking at I'm seeing Mac Jones. They're doing a shot of Mac Jones. He's sitting there hitting his phone like he's not sure if it's dead or not. Like, why isn't anybody calling me? So, what kind of ramifications could this have? Danny, go ahead.
Yeah, like I said, perfect. You laid it out there perfectly. The more they drop, the less you have to give up if you're a Bears now. So now instead of doing, like for example, our mock, Aldo went from 20 to 4. You gave up 3 first-round picks, this one and 2 other ones, and a player, right? So now with the Bears, you don't have to do that. You can probably do it with just say the number 20 pick, maybe our 3rd-round pick, and maybe a 2nd-round pick next year or something like that, right? That's and depending how far up you have to come up. So that's the thing. I hope Pace and the Bears are working the phones here, trying to get a gauge on where these quarterbacks are going to drop and what their landing spot is and where they have to jump up. Just like the Eagles are probably working the phones, and they knew if they want to get a receiver, for example, if it's Devontae Smith, they got to get it ahead of the Giants, and they did that by jumping ahead of the Giants at 11 and number 10 with Dallas and making the pick. The only thing that surprised me, it's an interdivision trade.
Yeah,
so
I was just literally going to bring that up.
That's a little weird, but
and I was going to say, Neil, the fact that they traded to a division rival, does that? I mean, are there any like backdoor agreements where it's just like you're not taking a quarterback, right? Because if you are, we'll do it. Because if if you're doing a position player, we'll trade it to you. Because I want to know what the bounty was on this for the Cowboys to make a trade to let the Eagles move up. I want to know what the price tag was for this for 2 spots from 12 to 10. Are you in the camp that they're going to take a wide receiver? And right now the draft order still says Philadelphia, the Giants, Philadelphia. I can't imagine that number 12 pick doesn't go to Dallas, but maybe they're just trying to sort out the details of that, and they're just putting the Philadelphia on the clock. But is there any other scenario where it's not a receiver they're moving up for?
Yeah, I doubt it.
And it was a 3rd-round pick. Let me butt in real quick. It was all they did was swap 2. The Cowboys go to 12, the Eagles go to 10, and the Cowboys get a 3rd-round pick this year.
There you go. I see Devontae going here. There's no way they're taking a quarterback. It's already been established. They want to go ahead and roll with Jalen Hurts.
The only position they do need is a cornerback. So there's a little run here on cornerbacks with Horn and Surtain going. The 3rd guy is Newsome from NU for me. So maybe they're seeing that. So I'm thinking cornerback. I'm thinking receiver here. Again, the pre-draft rumors were that they were going to jump up ahead of the Giants to get a receiver. So we'll see which one plays out here.
Are you guys saying cornerback and not quarterback? Am I just
corner? Yeah, cornerback.
Yeah,
like
DB. Yeah. So what is this? I mean, this is what we're here for. We're here to talk about how this is going to impact the Bears. Now that means it's not going to happen at 10. Do the Bears move up 9 spots at number 11 to take their guy, or do they wait? If they're in love with both of these guys, and maybe Ryan Pace is just like, I'm going to wait until one of those guys goes because I want to pay the least amount possible to move up. So if maybe it doesn't go at number 11 or 12, maybe Mac Jones goes, 14, 15. And then it's like, okay, maybe I only got to move up 3 spots and I can take Justin Fields. So is this a wait and see thing, or would you rather see them be a little more proactive here?
For me, it's go get your guy. Because you don't know if the other teams that you think are not going to go quarterback, what if they made a agreement or a trade with another team that's going to jump to get that quarterback? So you want a guy. I assume these guys like both Justin Fields and Mac Jones, so I'm assuming they're going to go up and get it. Yeah, obviously, I'm sure they want to wait as much as they can. Now, if they have even grades on these guys, then you could probably do that. Just kind of wait it out and see which one goes, and then jump and pounce on the next one. However, for me, it's like just go get your guy. I hate waiting for the draft. I remember back when Phil Emery waited and he thought Aaron Donald was going to drop to him. And next thing happens is the Rams.
You guys nailed it again. Devontae Smith going to the Eagles. The Eagles get their guy. Now, I want to talk about why they felt like they needed to move up 2 spots to get him, because I don't think Dallas was going to take a wide receiver. Were they afraid about the Giants going up and get him? Is that going to be the thought process there?
The Giants' mission in this draft was to help Daniel Jones succeed, and they were going to get him weapons on the outside. So Jaylen Waddle was one of their primary targets. Devontae Smith was another one, obviously, in terms of Jamar Chase, but they knew they were going to get him. But so those are the guys that were going to try to get there. So that's why they moved up ahead of the Giants to try and get or secure Devontae Smith. This is why you go get your guy, Ryan Pace, 2 quarterbacks out there. Go get them.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And Neil, I'm going to ask you this now with the wide receiver off the board. Do the Giants, are they more likely to trade out of that spot if they wanted to get that wide receiver, or do they go with someone like a Micah Parsons who can kind of anchor their defense, or are there other possibilities that they can go and fill their needs, or does all of a sudden this 11 spot become a hot spot? Because if the Giants stay put and they take, I'm just using Micah Parsons as an example, but let's just say they take Micah Parsons at 11, Dallas ain't taking a quarterback. And if they stay put, they can get their guy, and maybe they have someone they're zoned in on, and that's why they felt comfortable moving back 2 spots. So maybe they have their guy already. Now we're talking about 13. So what do you think could actually happen with this number 11 pick here?
Well, that's the thing, is that 11, 12, and 13 are now the teams that are probably getting calls from Ryan Pace right now, because 14, 15, I see those being, potential quarterback landing spots. For a while, this offseason, it was just looking like the Vikings were really amped up about taking Trey Lance if they had a chance to get him. Obviously, the New England Patriots have been linked to Mac Jones. So, those are 2 spots that you start to get really sort of antsy about, whether or not they're going to take quarterbacks. In terms of what the Giants are going to do, if you bring Micah Parsons into that linebackers room, you're immediately adding a game.
Let me cut you off, Neil. Let me cut you off, Neil. Chicago is trading up from number 20 to take the 11 spot. That is just breaking. The Bears are moved. The Bears have moved up to number 11. The Bears are on the clock.
Let's go, baby.
And you have to. There's absolutely no there. Guys, this is a quarterback. So let's
be a quarterback.
Which quarterback is it?
If you go Rashawn Slater, a great player, but I'm going to fall over if it's Rashawn Slater.
It looks like Adam Schefter has reported that the Bears have traded up from 20 to get the number 11 pick. Who are they taking? Guys, you have high grades on both of them. Who are they taking?
Right now, for me, it's Justin Fields and Mac Jones. I love both players. I think both players are of the 5 of the 4 that are potential. I'm sorry, the 3 potentially available for the Bears. Those 2 are the 2 that I felt have least bust ability, and I love both these guys, but I go Justin Fields 1, Mac Jones 2.
Same here.
Justin
Fields. I was.
Go ahead. Please finish the thought.
I was saying in calls to people I know around the scouting community, preseason, I heard it several times. Justin Fields has superstar potential, so I'm going to hinge on that 100%. Outside of everything that I've evaluated on this kid, I'm going to hinge on the guys that have been, in the arena, scouting this kid, learning about this kid, asking questions about this kid, talking to his 2nd grade teacher, everything else. I'm going for Justin Fields all the way. But again, if they go ahead and get Mac Jones, I'm also not upset about that either. I actually love Mac Jones as well. It's just a matter of I like this guy just a little bit more in that one.
Yeah.
So go ahead. The one thing I was going to say real quick is now. We'll worry about this after the fact, but what did they give up to get up to this? We'll worry about that later. Now
it's less than what Aldo gave up last night. That's all I'm going to tell you.
So now
Bears Nation is amped up, man.
Guys, this is what we were waiting for. We wanted to see if these guys were going to fall enough that the Bears could make a move to go get them. So now I'm going to overanalyze and psychoanalyze everything. They go to Mac Jones. He's not even looking at his phone. He doesn't look like he's very happy. And Justin Fields' couch is empty. They show Justin Fields' house and it's empty.
I have the trade terms.
Go ahead.
The Bears get number 11 pick. They give up their 20th, the 164, which is their 5th round pick in this year's draft, a 2022 first round pick, and a 2022 4th round pick.
So they gave up 1 first rounder after they swapped.
A first and a 4th next year and a 3rd this year, along with the 20th pick.
Okay, so they didn't give up 2 first rounders to move up to this spot.
Well, this year's first and then next year's first.
Other than swapping out the first rounders this year.
Right.
Okay, so the bounty wasn't insurmountable. They gave up a first rounder and a 4th rounder. And what was the other tag on that?
They gave up this year's first, the 20th. They gave up the 5th round pick, the pick 164, and they gave up next year's first and next year's 4th.
Okay, so that's fine. I think Bears fans should be happy with that. They did not give up the world. They did not give up their next 3 years worth of first round picks, and they're getting up and they're going to get a guy that they obviously like. So. I mean, the anticipation's kind of killing me right now. The pick is in. Just go ahead and tell us what the damn quarterback is. I mean, it looks like there is some insider information. So, Danny, do you know who the pick is?
It's Justin Fields.
Justin Fields is going to be a Bear. Oh no, run the damn thing anyway.
I'm so excited right now.
Give us the. We're not waiting for television. We're not waiting. We're in the new era. We're live streaming it. We're on the internet. We got inside information. The Bears are going to take Justin Fields. Justin Fields is going to be the quarterback taken for the Chicago Bears.
Chicago, you have your quarterback of the future. Ryan Pace has made up for his mistake 4 years ago.
Absolutely,
and they didn't give up the world for it. They didn't give up 3 or 4 years worth of first round picks. They gave up some mid rounders and next year's first. And Justin Fields is going to be the quarterback. Now he may not. I mean, I don't want to talk about where he's going to fit in with Andy Dalton. I don't want to talk about the quarterback room. I don't care about that. I'm going to watch. If you're watching on TV, I'm just going ahead and watch. I'm going to go ahead and watch Commissioner Goodell go ahead and say Justin Fields is a selection for the Chicago Bears. And I know this is terrible radio because it's just me watching, but at the same time,
guys, Bears fans, be excited. We were willing to go up and get the 4th overall pick and give up 2 or 3 first round picks. They only gave up 1 first round pick and a 4th next year, along with the 5th round pick this year. They have 4 6th round picks that they can always trade back up into the 5th round if they want to, if there's a guy out there. But do you get your quarterback of the future? This guy has superstar potential written all over him, guys. Chicago, be excited. Be excited, guys. And don't tell me about Ohio State quarterbacks. This guy's different. This guy's different than Ohio State quarterbacks.
Definitely.
Go off. Tell me about him.
I was just going to say, definitely much different than the last guy that came out of Ohio State, 100%. But, I mean, the thing that really amped me out about Justin Fields when you watch his tape is that he's got the electricity of a guy like Lamar Jackson, a guy like Michael Vick, a guy like some of these elite dual threat quarterbacks, but he's not a run first guy. He is a pass first quarterback. He can read the field. He's got a laser for an arm. Tough as nails too. We talked last night about how in that postseason game against Clemson, he got rocked playing with broken ribs. I mean, and then the leadership as well, rallying the troops, pounding the table to play football in the Big Ten last fall. There's so many things to like about this kid. It's just absurd. I'm so damn happy right now. This is the best first round that I've spent watching the Bears in the NFL draft in a long ass time, boys.
Guys, this just, I don't know why, and maybe it's just from the years of heartache or whatever, but this just feels different, doesn't it? Doesn't that just 100%. Feel different whenever they moved up and they got Trubisky at number 2? And once again, Trubisky, hell of a guy, great character, media hero guy. The media loves him, everyone loves him, great character. But there was a lot of letdown and a lot of, not sure, confusion, and a lot of skepticism going along with that. This somehow feels different. Yes. And as Bears fans, we have every reason to not feel different. As Bears fans, we have every reason to be incredibly skeptical and say we gave up more draft picks for another quarterback that's not going to pan out. But in the moment, this feels different. Yes. I don't know why, but you guys are the draft experts, and I want to know why. So let's talk about why this guy could potentially be the franchise quarterback that the Chicago Bears have needed for the last, we'll say, 100 years, because they have never had a guy that was that mainstay. Why could this guy potentially be different, Danny?
This guy, I mean, first of all, it is different. When the Trubisky trade draft was made, it was a gut punch for me personally, because I wanted Deshaun Watson. This is my version, this year's version of Deshaun Watson for me. He's a guy that Has got the leadership qualities we talked about earlier in terms of getting the guys to play in the Big Ten for his seniors. We talked about his athletic ability. He runs a 4.40. He's a dual threat guy. Yeah, is he a finished product? No, he's got some areas he needs to clean up and he's got to get better at. But this guy, you talk about here, he's got the arm strength. Look at that throw down hitting a receiver in stride downfield. When was the last time we saw a quarterback of the Bears hitting a receiver in stride downfield, guys? But the Clemson game really was the cherry on top for me. He showed there his athletic ability. He showed there his physical toughness, his football character. With 2 cracked ribs, he went ahead and he destroyed the number 2 team in the nation in Clemson. And just show that gutsiness, that leadership, that quality you want to see in your starting quarterback. This kid is the face of the franchise now. He's got $1 million smile. This guy is got superstar, like I said, and Neil and I have said it all along. He's got superstar potential written all over him. Right now, it's incumbent upon the Bears, Ryan Pace, to put weapons around him. Right, we need to get that offensive line all squared away and settled up. We got to get some more receivers on the outside. Matt Nagy, coaching staff. Now you got to find his flaws. You got to coach him up. Now you got to make this kid into the superstar that he is. My thing is, he might not be ready week 1, but damn it, I am pretty damn sure he'll be ready by at least week 4 midseason to be the starter of this football team. So you 100%. Finally have a quarterback you can believe in now.
We got a quarterback we can get excited about.
Right.
That's what it comes down to, man. Like I can't remember being this excited on day 1 of the draft for the Bears in a long ass time. I'm just gonna go ahead and tell you, this is Christmas morning. this is unbelievable.
Guys, go ahead, Neil. I want to get your thoughts, but it's just I just wanted to say that this this is a feeling where they thought that the Bears should trade up, but they're not going to, or the Bears are going to if they're going to move up, they're going to give up 5 first-round picks or 4 first-round picks, and it's going to be a nightmare, or they're going to come close and they're not going to get the guy they want, or something as bad is going to happen. The stars kind of aligned a little bit, where they didn't have to give up that. Listen, they gave up a first-round pick. I get it. Right. They gave up some mid-round picks. I get that. That's nothing to just disregard. However, they didn't have to move up to number 8 and move up 12 spots and give up 3 years worth of first round picks. Right. That's not what they had to do in this situation. They go up and they get a guy who a lot of people rated as their number 2 overall quarterback in this draft. And I believe you guys had a pretty damn high rating on this guy going into this. And obviously by the fact that you're both ecstatic about it shows that. So Neil, I'm bloviating a bit, but I want to know, or I think Bears fans want to know is, or we didn't get hoodwinked again. This wasn't like, oh man, Ryan Pace got jobbed, or Bears fans, look what happened, or oh geez, look at this. Another Neil, tell me about why this guy is the guy.
Well, and that was the thing. I was just talking about how we need to figure out, not how we need to figure out, how it looks like it's plausible that 11, 12, and 13 would be the place where we try to move up, because 14 and 15 with the Vikings and the Patriots look like quarterback leaning spots, right? And here we go, right in the middle of saying that we go ahead and execute this trade. Absolutely phenomenal. But again, Justin Fields, I mean, he's when's the last time that we took a quarterback that we were ecstatic about, guys? Has that ever happened? At least not in my lifetime.
Not in my lifetime. No,
never. Not in my lifetime. At 100%. And the only time that we've ever had a quarterback you felt at least kind of good about, that he could function, was Jay Cutler, and even that was just a brutal disappointment. So it wasn't
a draft pick either.
It wasn't a draft pick either. But at least we were kind of thinking on the day when the trade was executed, like, holy shit, we have a quarterback that could throw the football. So yeah. I mean, this kid, I mean, he's just he's a lightning bolt of electricity. It's just get him in the locker room, bring him along at his pace. He definitely is the guy. I kept on saying he has the shortest runway to the field in terms of his development going into the 2020 season or 2021 season. I would not be surprised if he's by the time we hit week 8. I don't know if week 4, maybe mid-season, maybe, but I mean, this year at some point, I would not be surprised if we see him on the field throwing touchdown passes, winning football games.
And guys, I wouldn't be shocked if you just throw him out there week 1. I mean, I'm telling you, he's not a finished product right now, right? He's a guy that needs some work to there's some things he's got to work on, right? However, there's a thing that I sent all the yesterday. Just posted on the chat. Yeah, that was the thing.
I'm gonna be upset
yesterday.
if he wears the number 1. I am gonna have to,
But he's a guy that could.
Yeah,
he could potentially come in and start right away. I mean, that's how talented this kid is, right? Because of Andy Dalton and their contract and what they've told him, not sure if that's something they're going to hold on to and just say, you know what, we're going to give Dalton the start and just kind of settle Fields in. That could be a possibility. But the first sign that Dalton is floundering or he's not performing, you put Fields in and just don't ever look back. Never look back. But the thing I got to just stress here for Ryan Pace and for Matt Nagy is have a plan for this kid. Ryan Pace, get him some weapons on the outside, get him some more protection up front. All right. Matt Nagy, have a way of how you're going to bring this kid in and kind of work him into the system, nurture him through, if he starts week 1, how are you going to get him through the first couple of starts and just, use his talents, and maximize his talents, and don't just throw him in there and say, you're right, run my system for me. Use his talents and allow him to go ahead and flourish and develop in your system.
Yeah, and guys, I mean, just because this is a draft show, I feel obligated to say Micah Parsons got taken by the Cowboys, but I don't think anyone cares about that right now. But so going into this process, I think it's safe to say Ryan Pace didn't panic. Ryan Pace didn't jump up like they was the criticism against him with the Trubisky trade. Do you think that this is something that they learned from 4 years ago that, I don't want to say let the draft come to you, but they really took control of this and the things that kind of played out in their favor this time. So are we seeing a progression of a GM and a head coach who are finding a way? And I know Fox wasn't involved in the Trubisky trade, Pace or Nagy wasn't involved in the Trubisky trade, but are we seeing Ryan Pace potentially coming into his own a little bit by saying, okay, not going to screw it up like I did before, but because I don't know if you could have asked for a better scenario than this.
Right. I mean, we're talking about this kid, the reports are saying that his floor in terms of the pick where he was going to go was 8th at Carolina. Someone was either going to, either the Panthers are going to take him or someone was going to trade up and go ahead and take him at 8. So that's the thing is like all the talk was you got to move up from 20 all the way to 8. We're talking about giving up multiple first-round picks. You only end up giving up just one first-round pick for next year and a 4th-round pick along with obviously a 20th pick and a 5th-round pick this year. So the bounty wasn't as high. It's still a decent price, but it's not as high as we anticipated it was going to be. So that's what he did. What I think Ryan Pace is doing, I think he's learning. I think he learned from his mistakes. I think he went ahead and said, you know what? I'm not going to go ahead and jump. I'm going to play this game the way it's supposed to be played. He kind of had the feelers out there, I'm assuming, and he kind of saw this guy dropping. And then when he had opportunity to go ahead and pounce, to go up and make a move and get him, he went and got him. And that's the way you play that. You play the game. Like with Trubisky, he might have got burned a little bit. He was a little bit too nervous. He didn't want to lose him. Gave up some picks that he didn't have to give up just to go get one spot to get him. Well, this time he just kind of played the game a little bit better, I think. And maybe just a GM that's learning, is more mature now and knows how to do this.
And being able to learn from mistakes, that's a virtuous thing, man. Being able to learn from mistakes is a prerequisite to growth.
All right, guys. It is. And so I want to ask, I want to stay in the same vein and we can keep talking Fields, but now that the quarterback has been addressed and it looks like they still have their 2nd round pick
and 3rd round pick. Yeah, their 2nd and 3rd round pick. Yep.
So what does that mean moving forward? Do they go and get Fields some protection now, or do they go get him weapons now? What say you?
Also, don't forget cornerback. I think corner is another huge, area here as well. So the receiver spot position has some depth in it. So you could probably get a receiver, obviously not as talented as the one in the 2nd round as you can get. You can get one in the 3rd round, not as talented as the one in the 2nd round you can get. But I think corner is a hot area, and I would hope that they address that area at least first, and then I would go offense, whether it's offensive line, receiver, so on and so forth. But I mean, in terms of right now, the board is played nicely for the Bears. So we still have Mac Jones out there. He's watch him end up in New England at 15 right now, and that'd be just like a unfair thing to happen there for him. But anyway, so the board's playing nicely. We have some receivers dropping. There hasn't been a huge run of receivers. I mean, my top 3 guys are gone. But you still have guys like Kadarius Toney, Terrace Marshall, Elijah Moore, Bateman, Rondell Moore, all these guys that could potentially drop into the 2nd and 3rd rounds for you. But I think corner, we've had how many corners go off so far? We've had just the 2 corners go off so far.
Yeah.
So we could see a run in the tail end of the first round on cornerbacks. So and at the top of the second round, usually you see a lot of big run on cornerbacks as well. So that's an area to keep an eye on: receiver and offensive line. Those are my main 3 guys right there. I'm looking at position wise.
Yeah, that's easily where we got to go next.
One time. Yeah, one offensive lineman taken so far. If they're going to try to, maybe some of them could fall, and all of a sudden you get a guy that you were targeting who's maybe higher on your board, and you luck out twice. You move up and get Fields, and then you get a lineman that you're high on, and then you kind of try to solidify that line a little bit, at least from the tackle standpoint. So right. I want to go back to Fields real quick, because we know what some of the limitations are with some of the Bears quarterbacks in the last couple of years. We know that the decision making, we know some of the deep ball accuracy. We know with Andy Dalton coming in that he's really good with some of the intermediate throws, but isn't gonna make a ton of plays to win you the game. What's going to be the difference if Fields hits his potential, which we assume, or we're hoping, and that you guys are pretty high on that he will? What is the difference that you will see in the Bears offense with the talents that he brings, as opposed to Nick Foles, Mitch Trubisky, potentially Andy Dalton?
I hate to throw us out there, but just think what Russell Wilson does for the Seahawks, right? He's a guy that can create on his own, whether it's the lines collapsing on him and he can just kind of run around, scramble, buy some time, and find a receiver downfield with the arm strength and the accuracy to get it to the receiver downfield, or just tuck it and run. He gives you that dual threat quarterback option in the backfield. A guy that at 220 some pounds has contact balance and contact power, be able to bounce off of defenders and continue upfield as a ball carrier as well. So he gives you so many options in the offensive backfield and in the pocket. And he's a guy, unlike Trubisky when he was coming out of North Carolina, Fields makes plays in the pocket. And I know he's been knocked in terms of his ability just to do one read and get rid of football. But there's plenty of tape if you go ahead and scour through multiple games where you see Fields going through multiple progressions, going through a full field progression, which is what you want to see in a quarterback, especially in the pocket. So, those are things he gives you that you didn't have with Trubisky before. Trubisky was basically a 1 or 2 read guy, get rid of it and move on. That's why he got better, Trubisky, when you kind of gave him half the field to read and kind of rolled him out. With Fields, you have that option as well, but you also have the ability to sit back there in the pocket and just pick defenses apart.
Neil, what's in his game that's going to take this Bears offense to the next level?
Well, we immediately get much more dynamic and much more vertical. We haven't had any sort of dynamicism or verticality to our offense in a long time. Getting a guy like this in this offense, he immediately brings the run threat. You have to respect it, and you can see right there how dynamic he is. He's got speed, he's got quickness, he's got burst. Danny, went on and on about that. I don't really need to rehash it, but that's the whole thing. Is that this offense, you're not just going to have standing statues back there trying to dish the ball all over the field. And to be fair, even if we had Mac Jones in that spot, it still wouldn't be that way. But this kid just brings that extra element of being able to be an absolute stud playmaker with his legs. You're going to be able to get really creative with this offense. You have a couple dudes in the backfield. You actually have 3 guys in the backfield now that are playmakers. You have 2 wide receivers that are playmakers. You need to get 1 more. The thing that kind of scares me is that we need guys to protect this dude, and the guys on the ends are liabilities. I know Charles Leno. There's probably 15 teams in the league right now that would love to have Charles Leno. He's still got some tread left on the tires, but that right tackle spot scares the hell out of me. So in terms of moving forward, obviously I've been saying for months now that offensive tackle is probably the number 2 need. But that cornerback, position also is that's a rough situation right now as well. So offensively, I would love to go ahead and shore up his protection to keep the dude healthy.
I want to ask both you guys, if we were sitting here in November, December, January, and I said the Bears are going to have the 20th overall pick and they're somehow going to get Justin Fields, would you believe that for a second?
I'd ask you to have a drug test.
any scenario where, like, if you say Justin Fields is literally going to be there, they could trade up and not break the bank and get him. Like, so I mean, because you guys follow these guys throughout the year, you follow them throughout the the pre-draft and the process and all that other stuff. The fact that Justin Fields landed in Chicago, can you put enough emphasis on this that this probably shouldn't have happened, but it did?
Right. And then you'll hear it. And then the funny thing is that I think maybe Tyler was in the chat and he put out a question out there was because of the leak in terms of his epilepsy. Could that be an issue why he dropped? And I mean, we'll find out more after the draft. But if that's the case, first of all, that's private information that shouldn't have been leaked. So that was a BS thing to happen. But it has never affected him. The kid has never had any issues. You know, Ryan Day is head coach at Ohio State, so he's never had any issues. His high school coaches have said he's never had any issues. So I don't know why it would be an issue now for him. Apparently, it's a thing that runs in his family that, it happened to his sister. She outgrew it. There's a thought process that they just going to eventually outgrow it. So that's the hope there as well. So, but these guys go through medical checks and the rechecks and all that stuff. So if there's any sort of thing, an issue with that, if there was a possibility, I'm sure that the Bears would know about it, right? So if they went up and got him and gave up what they gave up, they must feel comfortable with it. However, I don't think it's an issue. Like I said, it hasn't affected him yet in his playing career. I don't expect it, God willing, to affect him going on here in the future in Chicago.
Yeah, Neil, what your thought process? The fact that this guy landed in Chicago, all of the research, all the tape, all of the the analytics and stuff. And did you ever think that this guy could potentially land in Chicago without them making just a monster offer of multiple first-round picks, 3 potentially?
No, not at all. I mean, going into this year, he was the number 2 overall player on my board. He finished the number 3 overall player on my board. Like, one way or the other, we were going to have to go ahead and damn near give up the farm to go ahead and get this kid. If he stayed, in a position where he was supposed to have gone, pre all this medical stuff getting out, which is complete bush league. But I mean, had anybody not known that was an issue, would we have, known just by watching him play? Absolutely not. Right. So it's just absurd the fact they fell this far, but we got to steal guys. And Rashawn Slater just went. That's awesome. I love that kid too. But
Rashawn Slater goes to the LA Chargers. That's a good pick for them, and keeps them out of the division as well.
He fell farther than I thought he was going to fall as well. I don't think he was getting out of the top 10 from all the pre-draft talk, but he fell a little bit farther. But yeah, I mean that's a great pickup for the Chargers there at number 13.
And so this is, I mean, listen, guys, this is a draft show, and we're going to keep talking about Justin Fields. We're going to keep talking about the Bears, but the Minnesota Vikings are on the clock, and then it's New England. There's one guy left on the board who was a first-round talent as far as quarterback goes. Where the hell is Mac Jones going to end up?
Well, if it's right? Probably New England. That's what I'm saying. That's so unfair for them just to fall right to New England. But I mean, they didn't have to trade up or anything, and they're going to end up just having Mac Jones fall in their lap. So now the only thing is Minnesota, I know, was sniffing around quarterbacks, right? I'm not sure they're going to go ahead and do it here, but that could be a possibility there with the Vikings. Get a backup for eventual replacement for Kirk Cousins. But I mean, I right now, in looking at the board, I mean,
trade alert.
Oh.
So I was going to say that the Vikings have traded the pick because if someone like Mac Jones, he wasn't going to get to them. The Jets? The Vikings have traded the pick to the Jets.
Interesting.
So the Jets are back into the first round. Now I know they had some ammunition and they had enough to move back in, but who the hell do the Jets take now? They're not going to take a quarterback, but do they go and do they try to find a weapon or protection for their new toy in Zach Wilson, who could potentially be on the board for them?
It could be a receiver. Kadarius Toney is still out there, but I think 14 is a bit high for Kadarius Toney. It could be an edge rusher. Jalen Phillips from Miami is out there. Azeez Ojulari is out there as well. So those are a couple of names to keep an eye on. If it's offensive line, do they want to come in and get Alijah Vera-Tucker? He played left guard at USC and he played left tackle this past season. They already have Mekhi Becton at left tackle, so they're probably looking for more of a right tackle. Could it be Neil's favorite prospect, Christian Darrisaw? Maybe move him over to right tackle. Have two bookend tackles for their young quarterback. So it's definitely I think it's gonna be an offensive player, just to kind of help invest in their number 2 overall pick in Zach Wilson. So interesting to see what they gave up and what they're looking for here.
I was going to say that if anyone really liked Mac Jones, or if anyone was super high on Mac Jones, their real last chance to go get him would probably be to trade to that number 14 spot to jump ahead of New England. And so when I saw a trade alert, I'm like, okay, someone loves Mac Jones and they know that he's not fallen, and maybe it was going to be Washington, or it could have been, who knows who it could have been. Right. But the fact that it's the Jets, that makes it interesting, because then the Jets are thinking whoever they were keying in on wasn't going to make it to 16 to Arizona, or wasn't going to make it to number 17. So I'm interested to see what the Jets actually do here. And we're pretty confident that Mac Jones could find himself in New England. But while they're sorting all this pick stuff out, let's go back to Justin Fields, because I think this is going to be the hot topic. This is going to be the talking point of the draft, at least for the first round. Anything that what kind of help does he need now, or what is the emphasis now? Is it more important to get him more weapons, because they have Darnell Mooney, you have Allen Robinson, at least for this year, you have Jimmy Graham and Cole Kmet at tight end, you have a running back room full of David Montgomery, Damian Williams, and Tariq Cohen back, or is it more important to get him protection, in your opinion? So Neil, I'll start with you. More important for protection, more important for weapons right now? In terms of the draft depth, more important for protection. I want to go ahead and get him a stud tackle with the next pick. If it's an offensive pick, get him a stud tackle that's going to end up being his blindside protector. We can end up getting a damn good wide receiver that could play slot, or that could be versatile in the third round, fourth round, fifth round. I mean, I was saying on the shows previously, we have a wide receiver board that I have 43 draft grades on.
Yeah, it's deep.
Right? So there is a ton of talent in terms of retrievers that we can go ahead and get a little bit later on in this draft, unless you're looking at somebody like Toney, like Marshall, like a Rondale Moore, like an Eskridge, one of these just elite playmaking speed demon type of dudes that we don't have in the room. That would be a cause for discussion. But I think in terms of what you're looking at with depth and a glaring need in terms of tackle, I think, in terms of offensive picks, the next one you need to go is tackle.
Yeah, I agree with Neil. If you're going to go offense right now, I would say go offensive line, because receivers, there's a lot more depth for me in terms of receiver. You can get a guy in the third round with the receiver. You can get a guy possibly, you don't have a fourth round pick, but you don't have a fifth round pick either. So after the third round pick, you have no picks until the sixth round. Like, you always trade up. You have 4 6th round picks. You can always trade up a round or two if you choose to. But for me, offensive line, if the guy can't do anything if he's laying on his back or he's running for his life. So to shore up that right tackle position is key for me.
Break this down, Danny, because I think Bears fans are interested to know what exactly is going to what they're getting in the actual product, because we know what the accomplishments are. Not a lot of people watch tape, so break this down. Let us know what he does so well.
Well, here the one thing right away that sticks out to me is the ball placement. He put the ball in an area where only his tight end could catch the ball, so he kept it away from the defender, to his offside shoulder. And that way the defender couldn't get the ball. And that shows that his ball placement accuracy, and also the arm strength to be able to zip it into that tight area window. I didn't see if it was a 1 or 2 read there, but here he just rolls out, has arm strength, go ahead and throw it back across the grain, find his receiver open with touch, feathering it over the defense, and a touchdown. So, he's got that type of ability, the touch to be able to feather over defenses, the deep ball accuracy to be able to drop it into the bucket. Again, here he's rolling out. And he's got the arm strength to put a line on a line right there to his top target there, Chris Olave, on a rope right there to him. So again, showing the arm strength. This is that playoff game against Clemson. This one right here is NFL type throw. He zips it in between 2 defenders right here. Again, ball placement, accuracy, RPMs on the throw, all of that right there. You see that with Justin Fields. So the kid's got what the moxie, the leadership, everything you look for in a quarterback, and along with the physical talent and traits. So again, I'm super jacked, super pumped about this pick. He was a guy that I targeted, coming in last night on our mock draft. I had a thing start a picture of Justin Fields and said, Justin Fields, that's it, nothing else. I don't want anybody else. Go get Justin Fields. So
you got it.
They got him. They're excited. They got him.
Everything.
Yeah, just a update. The Jets are about to make that pick, and I don't know why Mac Jones is on the phone and he's laughing. So maybe he's talking to New England, who has the next pick. But it looks like, is it Vera-Tucker who they're going to go after? I haven't seen the. All right, so they okay. So the Jets. They did the playbook that we want the Bears to potentially do, where they go and they get protection for their young quarterback who they just drafted. So real quick, what do you like about Vera-Tucker? And are you surprised that he lasted to 14, or does that seem about right?
No, this seems about right for him. This kid's got position versatility. He's a guy, like I said, played left guard the year before in 2019, played left tackle last year. He's probably better suited overall inside a guard, but I wouldn't mind giving him a shot at left tackle. He's got a mean streak. He's athletic. He's got the feet. He's got the measurables you look for in terms of being able to move laterally. Can get to his set spot quickly. Can cut off the angle to an outside edge rusher upfield nicely. And he's got some nastiness in him. And Neil and I both like our offensive linemen to be mean and nasty. And you can see him getting out up front, leading as a lead blocker, and he's just burying guys in the ground. So versatile kid. But for me, he's more of a left side player. I don't recall off the top of my head if he has any right side experience. Now, again, the Jets have
left tackle, left guard.
Yeah, so he's got left side experience. So if they're going to ask him to play right tackle, that's going to be a little bit of a switch for him.
He doesn't have the arm length that you like, though, Danny.
He does not. So that's why I think he is going to eventually end up being a guard. So maybe he's going to play a left guard for them, and that's going to solidify their left side right there with him and Mekhi Becton. That's probably going to be their go-to there if they're going to go in short distance or whatnot. They're going to run behind those two big guys. But he's got the athletic ability to go ahead and play the left tackle position. So, but you're right. He doesn't have the arm length, the requirements that I like to have in terms of the 33-inch arm. So that's why I say
32 1/8 for everybody that doesn't know.
Yeah, he's probably going to end up being. It's probably going to end up being a guard, and I think with Mekhi Becton there, left tackle, that's pretty much. I think that's pretty much a guarantee. He's going to probably play left guard because I don't see him playing right tackle.
Alex,
guys, we're talking
in the room at guards right now, so I'm not too fired about either of those two guys. So he's probably going to slide in right away at left guard.
Yep.
And guys, you guys do a great job of breaking down the tape, breaking down the analytics of everything, and talking about who projections and things like that. But I'm here for the absolute emotion part of it. That's what I can bring to it. And so I just know that whenever the pick happened, I'm going back to Justin Fields. When the Justin Fields pick happened, my phone obviously blew up. I think all of our phones probably blew up, but my phone was going off the freaking hook, and it was praise. It was the Bears did it right. The court of public opinion was actually on the Bears' side for the first time in a long time. Where
you said, this felt right. This felt different.
Yeah. We're not like, oh, you signed Andy Dalton. Let me send you a meme. Oh, you guys signed Nick Foles. Let me send you a meme. Oh, you drafted Mitch Trubisky. Back in 2017, I was watching the draft in my newsroom when I was a TV reporter. And it was nothing but jeers. It was nothing but text saying, what? What? You gave up who? This is your guy? And this one just feels different. Now, I'm not saying that I'm just talking about raw emotion from a fan point of view, deep in here where we carry a lot of our stress with the Bears. It feels different. This one feels like they got it right. They didn't spend so much to get the guy, and the guy who was the best possible outcome they get, and they didn't have to mortgage the farm for it. The Patriots are on right now, and I wanted to think that this is probably going to be Mac Jones. So that
would happen to the Patriots. Unbelievable.
Yeah, unbelievable, right?
So So is that a good fit for you? You guys think Mac Jones falling to 15, going to New England? That's a good fit.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. I mean, that guy is so smart, and he's so quick with his release, and that guy has a beautiful touchdown feel. And I think that's going to be another. He's not athletic, right? So they had Tom Brady there, and they're used to working with quarterbacks that are not usually scramblers, not guys that are going to use their legs to be. Now I know they had Cam Newton last year, and they kind of brought this different kind of offense there, but I'm just curious now with them, kind of thinking with New England. I know Cam re-signed for 1 year. Because Cam's offense that they run with him is going to be a totally different offense than
that's what I was going to ask. So I was going to ask, how does he learn under Cam Newton? Like, does he what does he learn? What system does he learn? What system is he learning though? Are they because they had to change things around for Cam Newton last year where he was running the ball so much? They're sure as hell not going to do that with Mac Jones. So what's actually going to be the offensive philosophy in New England with your first round pick? Unless you're bringing Mac Jones in to be your starter from day one.
Right. So the Cam Newton contract is not a big burden in terms of guaranteed money and all that stuff. So if they want to release him and move on from him, they can do that as well if he doesn't want to take a backup role. So that's probably it's a good thing where they can probably bring in this key Mac Jones. He to me was the most him and Trevor Lawrence probably are the most ready-made guys that can come in and probably step in and start week one, in my opinion. So
the Patriots don't have to give up anything. They get a first round talent in Mac Jones. Did any of it? Obviously you didn't expect it for it to play out like this. I don't know if anyone did, but the fact that the last quarterback of these 5 goes number 15 on the scale of 1 to 10, how much? Neil, I'll start with you. How much are you shocked that it took the pick 15 for these 5 guys to go off, or did you thought that there was a possibility that could happen?
I thought all these guys were going to be off the board by 10. I thought there was going to be some moves up that, teams were going to do what they needed to do to get the guy that they needed to get. The fact that Mac Jones is going to that just makes me angry. Come on, man. I cannot believe that the Patriots just got this lucky to where Mac Jones fell in their lap, didn't have to give up any capital, got a dude that's going to be their next Tom Brady probably. And in terms of bringing him in the room with Cam, just keep him away from Cam Newton. I don't need him. I don't need him being polluted by Cam Newton's nonsense.
I don't think that they can coexist. I mean, not because of personalities. I'm just thinking because of the offensive system we just talked about. Like Mac plays a whole different ball game than Cam does, and especially Cam now, and aging Cam Newton. He doesn't have the type of accuracy downfield and all that stuff that Mac does, and Mac doesn't have the athletic ability that Cam does, and the running ability as well. So I think they got to pick a lane, and obviously they use a first round pick on Mac Jones. So I'm assuming Mac Jones is the way they're going to go in that type of system, that type of offense. So that's going to be curious to see how that plays out now.
What do you guys think about them dumping Cam at some point before the season starts, trading him away? Bringing in a veteran returner, whatever they can get for Cam. I don't know what the market is for a guy like Cam Newton.
Yeah, they'll probably just cut him. Like I said, his contract his guarantee money isn't great, and I think they could go ahead and offset that and just eat the money and just let him go if he doesn't want to be in a quarterback battle or competition or be a backup or whatnot. So that's what I think they're going to do, because they still have Jarrett Stidham as a backup as well. It's a young guy, unproven. But typically those are the kind of guys you only want as backups. So we'll see how that goes. But they made a lot of moves. New England they went on. They spend money on free agency. Another thing here, guys, that I just want to bring up real quick with the Justin Fields. What makes the Justin Fields pick so great is, and Aldo brought this up in one of our shows, is the fact that we have a video of Justin Fields.
Looks like we might have an interview Zoom set up with Justin Fields, not exclusively. There we go. Do we have nothing? No audio on that yet. But hopefully to bring that up to share with you guys. That's the newest Chicago Bear, Justin Fields. We tried to get some audio on there.
Beat him, so I'm not worried about the draft. The draft is over for me. For me personally, I'm ready to get to work.
Last one, Bill from the Columbus Dispatch.
Justin, congratulations. How hard was it just waiting? Everyone thought you were going to be a top 10 pick, and to not be a top 10 pick. Mm-hmm. How much did that bother you? What was your family like during that? How much did they kind of?
Yeah. I mean, just like I said, I felt like, my family was, more nervous than me, but I've been in so many, different situations in my life where, I think I want something. I think I, want to do this, but, God has a different plan for me. So just like I said before, I put, my full trust in God, and, he's put me in a perfect place for me, and, whatever his will is what's going to happen. So, again, I'm excited to be a part of this organization, and, just ready to get to work.
Thank you. Congratulations.
We're all set for now. Thank you, Justin, and congratulations again.
Thank you. Appreciate you guys.
Hey, guys. I'm going to try to turn around the entire interview as quickly as possible and have it available in the next 15, 20 minutes. Okay.
Great.
Okay.
That's Aldo Gandia popping in always with on the spot with some of the stuff that's happening in real time. We appreciate that. You're watching the Draft Show special here on the Barroom Network. John Buffone alongside Niel Stopczynski and Danny Shimon. Guys, we thought we were going to have to wait a while to get some news to talk about. We didn't know if the Bears were going to stay pat at number 20. We didn't know what was going to happen. And all of a sudden, boom, they move up and they take Justin Fields, which is going to be listen, I remember in 2017 when the Bears were the main storyline the day after the first round, and it wasn't pretty. But I think that it's going to be a lot different tomorrow when the talking heads hit the airwaves and they start talking about Justin Fields. Basically, the Bears made a great move. They were the only team that moved up to get a quarterback, but they moved up and they got the right quarterback, and they got it for the right price. And I think we can agree with that they didn't mortgage the future for this. I think even the people who said, no, we can't give up this much for a quarterback. No, the quarterback means nothing if you got nobody around him. That argument, it was just fine if you want to take that position. However, I don't think that you can say the Bears gave up way too much for Justin Fields. I just don't feel like that's going to be a narrative.
Right, and as I was saying prior to the snippet that we heard from Fields was Aldo brought up a great point with Justin Fields is you have a quarterback on a rookie contract, and yes, you gave up a first round pick for next year, but now with that rookie contract, now that should free up some money in terms of your salary cap to be able to go and supplant the rest of the roster with free agency. So that's a huge deal there. You're getting a reset on that quarterback contract. You don't have to worry about paying a quarterback 15, 20 million, whatever it is, for season. You have that leeway there. Obviously, there's some aging contracts, some big price contracts. They're gonna have to clear some cap off. But that, my whole meaning is you can always supplement the roster when you lose these draft picks. Supplement them with free agency because you have a quarterback on a rookie contract.
Yeah, and you're gonna lose, possibly dump the Foles contract. Wait, he's only a 1-year deal anyway, but you don't have to pay him next year. You don't have to pay. You can get Foles off the book next year, and much like you said, you have that rookie deal, and you have him locked up for. You can do it for. You got the 50-year option that you can go, and you have this guy possibly locked up for 5 years, and then you can build that team around.
The one thing with keep an eye in this draft, and the money could be an issue, but I wouldn't be surprised if the Bears did something with Nick Foles as well. Possibly move up, take like their 6th round pick and move it with Nick Foles to get a 5th round pick or for something like that. Give him to a team that might need a backup quarterback. So maybe we'll do something. Tonight I'll go ahead and take a look and see what are backup options. The teams that need backup quarterbacks. The money could be an issue. Maybe the Bears could pay some of that. I'm not sure how they will, but just kind of we have after the 3rd round, they have no 4th and no 5th round pick now. They're just there after the 3rd round pick. They have those 4 6th round picks. Maybe you can package a couple of those with Nick Foles to get a 5th round pick. Just something to keep in mind because I don't see Nick Foles' future on this roster, for me much longer. To be honest with you, I think he's going to be gone one way or another.
And I want to ask you this because now with Dalton, Foles, and now Fields in the mix, they're not gonna be running the same exact offense that they were running before, and you have the mobility and the dynamicism that you have with Justin Fields. So much like we were talking about, maybe not to the extent that Mac Jones and Cam Newton are not the same person. So how are they going to? What offensive scheme are they going to run? What kind of offensive scheme are they going to run in Chicago next year? Can they run similar things with Andy Dalton that they could with Justin Fields? Or are they going to have to make a decision and then tailor that offense around that said person, whoever the new QB1 could be?
Well, I think you're always in a position where you're tailoring your offense around the pieces that you have. It always goes players, formations, plays, right? So you get the right players on the field that can win for you, put them in formation, call the plays off those formations. And that's how offensive coordinators have done it since the dawn of day. I think what you could do with Justin Fields, you could be really creative. You can run a lot of different types of things. I think the kid's smart enough to be able to learn whatever you throw at him. And the thing about him that I think is particularly exciting is I think the kid is actually still in a growth and maturation process in terms of just being a football player as well. We're talking about a kid that I think he only started for 2 years in high school. Wasn't at a great high school, so he was basically an athlete playing quarterback, right? That had the ability to just launch the ball down the field. Didn't play a whole lot in college starting off at Georgia, transferred to Ohio State, had a couple years worth of being the starter. And at no point did they necessarily go ahead and just unleash the playbook on him, give him the green light to be the coach on the field, to, make checks at the line at a, unmonitored clip. They very much ran like a no huddle glance, which is what Ohio State has run since Urban Meyer showed up. So the thing about Justin Fields is that I think you can still mold him a little bit. He's still a little bit of an finished lump of Play-Doh, where you can really formulate something specifically around his talents, around his traits, and around all these other pieces that you have now with Robinson, with Mooney, with those three tailbacks, with Cole Kmet. And you can come up with something really interesting, really dynamic. I think the sky's the limit bringing this kid in. There's a lot of things that can be done if Nagy's able and willing to be creative enough to go ahead and formulate a scheme around him.
Go ahead, Danny.
Well, the one thing you were going to have to kind of imagine with Nagy here is while they are both different quarterbacks, obviously Fields is more athletic. He can take advantage of his legs. The one thing that's the staple of this offense is going to be, RPO, play action, quick hitting plays, accuracy, and knowing when to keep it and when to give it to the running back and when to tuck it, take it back and throw the ball. So that's one of the highlights that they bragged about Nick Foles, last year coming in, that he was pretty good in RPO situations. So, Fields has similar experience and be able to know when to tuck it, when to give it to the running back, and that extra threat of him being a runner and from the backfield will give them an added dimension that the Foles and Dalton don't have. But the primary premise is just to be, know when to keep it on RPOs, know when to keep it, when to tuck it, and throw it accurately, get it to your receivers in stride. That's something that Trubisky had trouble with.
Guys, I wanted to go back to the actual draft that's going on right now. Last couple of picks after Mac Jones was Zaven Collins, linebacker out of Tulsa, goes to the Cardinals. And then Alex Leatherwood goes number 17 to the Raiders. There's still a lot of good linemen on the board. Are you surprised that Leatherwood goes ahead of some of these other guys?
I like Leatherwood. I'm a huge fan of Leatherwood. He was getting knocked down in the draft process for some reason. They're scouts and teams think I'm moving him inside the guard. He went to the Senior Bowl and he said, I'm playing specifically left tackle because he wants to be a left tackle. I thought he had a good week in Mobile. There's some scouts that said he got roughed up. I'm not sure, but anyway, for me, in terms of left tackle, it's a little bit rich right now. And in the first round, I had him maybe top of the second round type of value, but the Raiders and Mike Mayock, he goes big school hunting. He doesn't go, he likes Alabama's, he likes the Clemson, he likes the guys that play in these championship games. So, he went over guys like, Liam Eichenberg. He went over guys like Dylan Radins, who I had in the second round as well. But, guys that Neil and I didn't like, which was Christian Darrisaw and Tevin Jenkins, who everybody seemed like we're trying to mock to the Bears at 20. He went over those guys. So for me, he's a better player than those guys, but it could be a shock to other people, but I like Leatherwood a lot. I think he's a straight left tackle.
You surprised by that, Neil?
Well, yeah, a little bit. I think he was a little bit high for me too. I had him as a second round guy as well, and he actually rose up my board a little bit with what I saw out of the practice tape on him in Senior Bowl week. But he's a kid that I thought too. I thought could potentially move inside the guard. I didn't see him being as fleet of foot on the edge as I wanted him to be. He didn't necessarily have an amazing 2020. He's had a really productive career, 100%. He will have started, I think over 40 games, by the time we got to the end of last season. So, he was a guy that I didn't really see a ton of nasty out of. I didn't see him, 100%, functional at the second level. Had a hard time finding instances of him, being like mean and nasty and all those types of things that I like. But the kid's competitive. He bows up. In the games where he did kind of get his ass kicked a little bit, he comes back and he fights and he competes. You love that about the kid. He's a very productive dude. He rarely gives up sacks or pressures. A little bit limited athletically, but he shows good technique. He operates at a high level, both guard and tackle for Alabama over the course of his career. I think he most likely finds himself at right tackle from a longevity standpoint in the league.
Right.
But I think the biggest thing for him going forward is just improve his strength, because that's his biggest weakness right now.
And I forgot that they have Colton Miller at left tackle. You know, he's there for he's there the starting left tackle. So they lost or they traded Trent Brown, the right tackle. So he's probably going to end up moving over to right tackle for them and start there. What's that?
I said to New England. So Mac Jones goes into New England with the stud offensive line. David Andrews at center, 2 bookend tackles.
Right. So that's probably what they're going to do. They're probably going to move him to right tackle with the Raiders.
It looks like the Dolphins, just a quick update.
Inside, 3 balls, 2 strikes. It subsided, so I have to assume it's about Dylan. But yeah, no. If you're looking at your phone and you're cheering, it's Justin Fields.
It's Justin Fields.
Love it. Just random high fives at the ballpark in April.
Yeah.
Remember when we said this one hits different? Whenever you got White Sox fans high-fiving in the stands when they get Justin Fields, this one hits different. And this is a different position for Bears fans, because we're watching other teams kind of sweat it out now. Other teams that we thought that maybe jump up and get a quarterback, or we thought maybe that they would be the ones that get in there. We thought maybe Pittsburgh, potentially Washington. And there was. I mean, I know possibly even New Orleans was looking to jump into the top 10. Maybe not for a quarterback, but they were looking to make a move as well. Maybe Tampa Bay trying to get their heir apparent to Tom Brady when he inevitably retires in 15, 20 years from now. So I guess now that the Bears and Bears fans don't have to sweat out about what quarterback can they get in the first round, and listen, I was one of the ones that was thinking, when they inevitably miss out on these first round guys, who do we go with? And that's why
don't worry about that anymore. It's done.
Exactly.
A massive exhale, man.
Yeah. I mean, everyone knows that I was high on Kellen Mond just because of his potential. I understand the inconsistency there, and there's a reason he was slotted where he was at. But now we're not nitpicking that, and so, but that also gives an opportunity for when do you think there could be another run on these second tier of quarterbacks? Do any of them kind of fall into that, let's jump back into 31, 32, like we see with the Geno Smiths or the Lamar Jacksons or some of those guys? People or when the Browns came back up and got like Johnny Manziel, even though that was in the early 20s. But are there one of these second tier guys where someone says, all right, we missed out, let's go back in and not give up too much, let's get back into the first round? Because if you draft them in the first round, you got control and you got that 5th-year option. Right. Are there any of those guys that you think could possibly fall to that 30, 31, 32 spot?
For me, it'd be Davis Mills from Stanford. He's the only other quarterback that I think, even though he's only got 11 games started in his career, he's got some injury concerns, but he's the only other one that had the momentum going as a draft came along that teams might were thinking about maybe. If a guy bypassed a quarterback in the first round, then maybe jump back into the bottom of the first round and get that, like you talked about, the 50-year option on his contract. He's a guy. There's still a couple teams here that I'm surprised they didn't make a move for Mac Jones, for example. We talked about Pittsburgh and Washington. They're coming up. I think Washington's number 19 right now on the board. That might be a bit too rich for Davis Mills. Maybe there's a trade partner they can trade back. Pittsburgh at 24, maybe they can trade back or whatnot, or maybe just use that 24th pick on a Davis Mills. But, these guys are definitely, for me, are second tier quarterbacks and guys that shouldn't be going in the first round. But because of the priority and the premium put on the position, they're a lot of times they're elevated. And that's the only other guy that I could see going in the bottom of the first round.
How about you, Neil?
The next 2 guys I have, the top tier was those 5. The next tier down is the next 2 guys, which is Davis Mills and Kellen Mond. I'm not big on taking either of those 2 in the first round. I get the whole the redshirt year, 5th-year option, scenario, which makes that a little bit more attractive than taking those guys in the first round otherwise. But you're still putting a lot of guaranteed money into a dude that is a project, and that kind of scares the hell out of me. If there was a guy, maybe. And I talk about Kyle Trask all the time about him being a situational fit. He's kind of like a niche fit. And for the longest time, he was looked at as the next tier down singular guy. And then you had all the other guys. Kyle Trask was the guy for a while that was talked about maybe sneaking into the back end of round one. But I think the way he finished out, the season, that poor Senior Bowl performance where he really showed a severe lack of arm strength, that I think that really his potential of bouncing up into round one took a dive. So like to me, the next tier of guys, Davis Mills, Kellen Mond, those are guys I look at earliest round 3, because again, you're getting out of the realm where you give up, a ton of guaranteed cash for a guy that is still a developmental dude. Once you get into round 3, it starts becoming a little bit more reasonable. And so in terms of overdrafting a little bit, getting a guy that you really like, round 3 is where I see those guys going next. The first round thing with those guys, just, that would freak me out as a GM.
And just an update real quick. We talked about Miami coming back in the second first round pick, getting an offensive lineman. They went with Jalen Phillips, the defensive end from Miami. And then Washington is going your favorite player there, Neil, Jamin Davis, linebacker from Kentucky.
Oh God, he's so
absurdly
overrated. Unbelievable.
How great is it? I was just going to say on top, we were talking about the second tier quarterbacks who might jump into the first round, who would be worth it, who's not worth it. How great from a Chicago Bears standpoint is it that you don't have to worry about that? Because I mean, I'm sure you guys as draft analysts were thinking, okay, if they miss out on this, who could they potentially take? Who would it be in the second round? Would it be in the third round? Do you get the kid out of Texas maybe in the 4th or 5th, 6th round or anything like that? So, but you don't have to worry about that. You don't have to worry about any of that because the Bears got their guy, and they got him for a reasonable price, and he could be the first real franchise quarterback that they have, could be homegrown. So, yeah, as you said, Davis goes, the linebacker out of Kentucky goes to Washington. We're going to take a quick break because when we come back, it's going to be the 20th overall pick. We're going to talk a little bit more about the Justin Fields selection. We're going to talk a little bit more about how this first round is going to play out. A lot more to go into, and we can talk about what the Bears could be looking for with some of their picks in the future. Niel Stopczynski, Danny Shimon, John Buffone, the NFL Draft Special right here on the Barroom Network. We'll be right back.
Hey everyone, this is Chuck Garfine, the Southburns Hitmen. This show rocks, and you need to listen to it every single time the podcast drops.
And it looks like we're back here on the Barroom Network, the NFL Draft Special. The Chicago Bears take Justin Fields. They move up. They don't sell the farm for it. And now we are at pick number 20. The New York Giants are on the clock. But we were talking about how this one feels different. I'm going to keep hammering away at this because it does feel different. I'm scrolling down through draft analysts so far, and they're grading in real time as if they really know what the hell is actually going to happen with these guys. Right. But they're ranking these draft picks, and in a field of B's, there is an A standing out, and it's the Chicago Bears who moved up to get Justin Fields. That just feels so much better than what we are used to. So as we know that the Bears have taken care of that quarterback position, we talked about it might be more advantageous for them to get some protection there. So if they use that second round pick for some protection for their new quarterback, when do they address that wide receiver position? Because once you get into that field, I think it's pretty. It's pretty deep, or I should say, there may not be a whole lot of tiers once you get into a certain round. When do you guys start addressing the wide receiver position?
Well, the thing with me is I want to get an offensive line. I want to get a receiver but I also, I in the back of my mind, I can't let go of that cornerback position, right? And so far we've seen the run kind of stop on cornerbacks. If I'm not mistaken, only 2 have gone so far, and that's Surtain and Horn. Greg Newsome from Northwestern out there, Asante Samuel Jr., who I absolutely love, is out there as well. So that's the only thing that's giving me pause is we got to get that cornerback position filled. And I know they got Desmond Trufant in terms of a veteran to start there, but he's not a long-term answer. So in terms of the offense, the receiver, I mean, now you have a second and a third round pick, right? If you use one of those second round picks on the corner, then now you have the third round pick left on a receiver or offensive lineman. So you have 4 6th-round picks. Could you trade up, use some of that capital? Sure, that could always happen. But in terms of priority right now, I love offensive linemen, especially if you have a young quarterback. You got to go ahead and protect them. I just got to see what the board is looking like. If you assume 2nd-round pick, we're going to be a corner. In that 3rd round, we got to see who's available and stack it against your next need, which would be a receiver, the highest rated player on your board at that point. If it's a receiver or if it's offensive lineman, that's the player you would take. But again, I would hope they address this cornerback position. I assume they're going to address the cornerback position, but that's the only thing that's giving me pause right now, because you only have really 2 picks until the 6th round to address 3 needs, really. The offensive line, receiver, and corner.
Yeah, Neil, what's your priority? I know you talked about protecting the quarterback. When do you get weapons for Justin Fields, and when do you also bolster the defense a little bit as well, because there are some deficiencies?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's play it by ear, type of deal. Again, that wide receivers group is so strong. Like, I mean, if I go down my list, I'm still looking at guys in the 5th and 6th round that could come in and be at least on the worst end serviceable as day 1 slot receivers. So I'm not too concerned about taking a wide receiver on day 2, unless it's a dude like, Terrace Marshall, if he slips, which is a guy that we were talking about last night in our mock draft as a guy that wasn't taken until pick 48. He was for a while the highest rated dude left on both of our boards, and so he's a dude that could be a difference maker that you can go ahead and snatch, with our 2nd or 3rd pick tomorrow. That would be worthwhile taking over a tackle or a corner. But at the same time, as deep as that board is for that particular position, it's hard to pass over these other 2 boards at tackle and at corner that only have about 5 day 1 starter type guys left. And I mean that in the loosest sense, because you never know how some of these guys are going to come in and perform immediately. Like for me, offensive tackles, there's 5 guys left on my board that I can see coming in and contributing right away, either as a starter or as a significant role player. In terms of corner, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 guys left on my board that can come in right away and start either at the nickel position or outside if Desmond Trufant continues to show his liability as an injury-prone dude. So
one less receiver just went.
You do what now?
One less receiver. A receiver just went right now with the Giants. Kadarius Toney.
I missed
Kadarius Toney. Yeah.
Another receiver, but
again, that's the guy that I expect to be gone by the time we got to day 2.
Yeah. So there's plenty to dig through there, but the main storyline of tonight is the Bears got Justin Fields, and the Bears just released a sizzle video. So let's take a look at that.
Second down and 8. Dobbins angles out of the backfield, drops it thrown for a touchdown in the tightest of windows. Fields moves it. I said there was going to be the suspense. Who's going to score? The quarterback.
Easily moves the chains.
Looking to throw again. Out of a tight pocket. He's got a wide open Mac. Touchdown, Ohio State.
Empty backfield. Fields pumps again. Has room to run. And he will dive for the end zone as Ohio State cashes in the pick.
Just feels different. I'm going to keep saying that until we go off the air. Just feels different. Feels different. Yeah, it feels different. It's just I don't know if there could have been a better scenario tonight. And I do everything I can to not be a prisoner of the moment and to not, have recency bias, but I don't know if it really could have played out any better tonight for the Chicago Bears. I really don't know. Like, what else could have happened other than just assuming Justin Fields would fall to 20, which no one thought that he really was going to happen, which that was going to happen. So best case scenario here that Justin Fields is now the quarterback of the Chicago Bears, which really changed, kind of flipped things around for the Bears, because like I was saying before, I think a lot of people thought, okay, they're not going to move up, or they're not going to have enough to move up, or no one's going to accept what they're going to offer. So who are they taking on day 2? Now that's taken care of. That's all taken care of. So they can really start addressing some of these other holes on day 2. And Danny, what picks do they give up this year that they don't have?
So in the Justin Fields trade, they gave up their 164, which is their 5th round pick, and they didn't have a 4th round pick coming into the draft. So right now the next pick is 52, which is in the 2nd round, and 83, which is in the 3rd round. So those are the next 2 picks, and after that they're done until the 6th round, where they have 4 picks in the 6th round. So this draft is because a lot of the players that had the option with the COVID year to stay and got an extra year of eligibility. A lot of players opted to stay back in college, so there isn't as much talent as you typically expect. There's a lot of teams were wanting 2022 draft picks because that should be a more robust talent pool. So it's 6th round, those 4 6th round picks, I'm not sure how valuable they're going to be. So if you could package those along with Nick Foles or something else to maybe move up in the 5th round to get your receiver, to get your offensive lineman, if you see one's falling in the 4th or 5th round, that might be an avenue how you can secure that player right now. Because I'm telling you that 2nd round pick, that's prime cornerback territory right now for me. Unless they feel fine with Trufant and they're okay with the young guys, and I'm a big Vildor fan, Kindle Vildor fan. And, I like to see him give him a shot, but I just feel a lot more confident if I got one of these cornerbacks that I have on my board sitting there in the 2nd round, bring him into the fold as well. So we'll see how they play it. But corner, receiver, offensive tackle, especially a right tackle, are the 3 priorities that I'm looking at right now.
Yeah, and so obviously we reacted the way I think most Bears fans reacted. So we're going to read some reactions. Let's go to the Twitter sphere to see how some of these people are reacting. Greg Gabriel, friend of the network, does some shows with the Barroom, said, I've tweeted this a few times in the last week. The more I watch Fields, the more I liked him. He has all of the tools and is a superb athlete. Don't forget, he totally outplayed Trevor Lawrence in their head-to-head meeting in the college football playoff. High praise there from Greg Gabriel, who knows a thing or two about talent evaluation. Jacob Infantont, I always screw his last name up, so I'm not even going to try. So if the Bears trade Aaron Rodgers, if the Packers trade Aaron Rodgers and the Bears move up for Justin Fields, today could be one of the greatest days in Chicago sports history. Well, Jacob, let me tell you, we're halfway there. So, and we could be fully there at some point. And then Lawrence Holmes had a talent evaluator that I trust send me this week on Fields. Just for what it's worth, don't underestimate Fields. The more I watch, the more I like. People predict he'll fail because of other Ohio State University quarterbacks. That's not fair. He also can't be blamed for the Ohio State scheme. That's what his coaches dictate. It's been the same as long as Day has been there. Interesting take there. But yeah, exactly. And then Skip Bayless. Oh. Good. Hooray. Kaboom. Bears just stole Justin Fields at 12. Congrats, Bears fans. Back in business. You just got a mentally, physically tough young man who torched Clemson's D with 6 touchdown passes and gutted through cracked ribs. You might say he's got some Ditka Butkus in him, and he runs a 4.4, which I don't think Ditka or Butkus did in their career. So, and then let's go to Schefter. Andy Dalton chose Chicago, and Chicago chose Justin Fields. Dalton stays, and Bears also have Nick Foles, who has $9 million guaranteed for the season. So yeah, that's the current quarterback position or quarterback situation with the Chicago Bears right now. There, Danny, you made a good point that maybe Foles could be a tag along with a draft pick and they could move up, and really it wouldn't be so much that they're trying to get value for Nick Foles as much as they might be trying just to get him off the books a little bit and see if they can get some kind of trade to get him out of the quarterback room. And so that kind of makes me think of the quarterback position in Chicago as far as we saw the short leash that Mitch Trubisky was on last year with Nick Foles. And obviously this is a completely different situation. So hypothetically speaking, let's say Andy Dalton is named the week 1 starter. At what point, because there's going to be a hot seat on Dalton the second he takes the field, just like there was, I think, with Mike Glennon, at what point or what would have to happen for them to give him the yank and say, "Now, let's give Justin Fields"? And are you in favor of that? Where if he's struggling in week 3 and 4 and the Bears are 1-3 or maybe they're 2-3, are you in favor in saying, "Okay, put the kid in"?
Yeah, for me, it'd be open competition. All right, best man wins training camp. I know you gave Dalton that 1 year, $10 million contract, but you know what? Nothing's given because if he comes in, right, just to think of Russell Wilson and Seattle when they signed Matt Flynn to his huge contract, drafted Russell Wilson in the 3rd round, and in all through training camp preseason, Russell Wilson outplayed Matt Flynn. And what did Pete Carroll do? He said, I can't afford to lose my team because they know who's playing better and who gives us a better chance to win. They put in Russell Wilson, and he hasn't looked back since then. So the one thing you got to do is you got to give these guys both the opportunity to win the job. And if Justin Fields all plays Andy Dalton, you know what, Andy Dalton, you're going to be a backup quarterback for 1 year, and you're going to earn $10 million, and you're going to be happy doing it. I'm sorry. The best man's got to play. You cannot lose the locker room if you're Matt Nagy. Okay, and if Justin Fields comes out there, wins a position, and he gives you the best chance to win week in and week out, you got to go with the rookie.
Neil, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, 100%. But I mean, to be fair, if Andy Dalton wins this job and he struggles on the field, Justin Fields is the one of the 3 guys I think we have really realistically had a chance of getting that I would not be upset about, or I would not be concerned about getting baptized by fire early. Those other 2 guys, I'm not sure I would have been ready to put them in week 3, week 4. But Justin Fields, I think, will have the mental capacity and the ability to go ahead and get himself in the game and make some things happen. I think they're in the greatest position possible right now because they got a legit quarterback competition with a rookie that's still fresh and a declining veteran that is arguably the best backup in the league, with a ton of experience. And from a mentorship standpoint, I'm not sure that there's another backup quarterback, in the type of guy like Andy Dalton that I would want in the locker room along with Justin Fields. Like Andy Dalton has done nothing but do it right throughout the course of his career. So in terms of showing a young kid the ropes, that is phenomenal for Justin, bringing him in that kind of situation.
I want to jump back to the actual draft going on right now. I wanted to talk about Kwity Paye, who ends up going to the Colts. And the reason I bring him up is because I was afraid that he was going to end up in Minnesota, and he didn't. So what can you say? Did the Bears maybe dodge a bullet by not having that guy brought into the division?
I think he went to the perfect system. He's going to be he's a twitchy edge defensive end. He wouldn't fit with Minnesota because he's not as big as Mike Zimmer likes him in terms of his defensive end. He likes tall guys with length. Think Danielle Hunter. He goes to a system right now with the Colts where they have the quick upfield attacking defensive lineman, and I actually like him better inside as a 3 technique. So they run that system where they can probably move him inside and use him as a 3 technique there and just let him get upfield. The thing about him is he's athletic, he's twitchy, he's got good size, good power, but he's not productive. And a lot of it was blamed on the system he played at in Michigan and how they used him. I just have a hard time drafting pass rushers that don't sack the quarterback. So that's my thing. And plus, he wouldn't be a scheme fit here with the Bears anyway. But in terms of him in Minnesota, he wouldn't be a fit there either. Like I said, in terms of the guys that Zimmer likes. But I think at this, the Colts is a nice place for him to go. Although that was a surprise pick because I expected the Colts, who lost Anthony Costanzo, their starting left tackle, to go left tackle. And we got a couple of left tackles sitting out here, but they ended up going with Paye. Is probably just the best player available on their board, most likely.
Yeah. So speaking of some of those offensive lineman prospects that are still on the board, anyone that's still there that you're surprised is there, or is this kind of playing out as you expected?
Well, according me and Neil didn't like these two guys, and that's Christian Darrisaw and Tevin Jenkins. And every time we saw mocks and these guys going in the top 20, we were just like, what are we missing? Anyway, those guys are still out there. Liam Eichenberg, I absolutely love from Notre Dame. He played left tackle, but he's probably going to be a right tackle at the next level. Samuel Cosmi, left tackle from Texas, is still out there. I think this guy can come in and be a day one left tackle in the NFL. Dylan Radunz, the North Dakota State, the left tackle for Trey Lance. He might be second round grade value, but he's still out there. He's a good left tackle possibility. And if you're talking about guys maybe later on in the draft, you have Walker Little from Stanford, you have Spencer Brown from Northern Iowa. Deontay Smith is more of a project, but he's a kid from Eastern Carolina. He could be a guy in that 5th, 6th round range if he falls that far. Keep an eye on him. He's a guy who's a really athletic left tackle. Showed pretty well at the Senior Bowl. So, but in terms of like the guys right now, I'd probably be Samuel Cosmi and Eichenberg for me. But for other people, maybe it's Christian Darrisaw and Tevin Jenkins.
Where's Stone Forsythe going? I just love that name. Where was Stone Forsythe?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. He's big and can't move. That's the evaluation.
I get enamored with those frames, man. 6'8", 300 some pounds. I get enamored with that, but I understand the immobility might be there. But he actually is. If you look at some lists, he's higher on some people's list than I actually anticipated him being. And I'm not.
All they're doing is looking at numbers, man. Look at numbers and highlight films. They're not actually watching the film. If you actually watch a film on this guy, that he would get eaten alive. He is a quarterback injury liability. He's gonna get our guy hurt.
Where's he if in the NFL? Where is he probably best suited to play then, if anywhere?
If anywhere, I don't like him on the edge. I don't think he has that kind of mobility. I think you got to kick him inside because in a phone booth maybe he can be functional, but on the edge he's gonna get he's gonna get eaten up by all these quicker, twitchier guys. He's got cement block feet, even worse than Jermaine Ifedi. And he doesn't bend very well.
I saw that face John just made when he said Jermaine Ifedi.
I've seen some whiffs, and so listen, he's inconsistent, and then you get what you pay for, and we understand the Bears' offensive line situation. Maybe not as bad as we thought, but let's talk now. I don't know if you guys have your list in front of you right now, but if there's a name right now where you're thinking. If a team's going best player available, BPA, who is the best player available right now as we sit at number 22? Because there are some good names out there. And when can we expect to see a running back go off the board?
Running back, keep an eye on Pittsburgh at 24. Najee Harris could be a guy for them. Javonte Williams from North Carolina could be a guy tail end of the first round. Tampa Bay with I know that they have a plethora of running backs, but a lot of them are 1-year contracts. Travis Etienne, that'd be a nice back there with Tom Brady because he brings the speed element. He's also a nice good pass catcher out of the backfield. So those are some spots to keep an eye on for running backs. In terms of the highest rated player on my board, I don't know if you have your board up. I have to pull my board up right now here.
Mine's Jock, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah.
That's right.
The highest rated player left on my board currently. And followed very shortly behind by Gregory Rousseau. And then Travis Etienne, in terms of running backs, is my number 1 rated running back. He's the highest rated offensive player that I have left. And I think that kid is just absolutely electric. I love what he brings. He's one of those dudes that would have offset Montgomery perfectly in a 2-back system. I would love to have that kid, but obviously we got 3 running backs now. We're probably not going to take a running back in this class.
And for me, my highest rated player is Greg Newsome, the corner from Northwestern. He's still out there. Jeremiah Owusu-Koromoa from Notre Dame is out there. And Azeez Al-Jilari, an edge rusher from Georgia, is out there as well. And then also Asante Samuel Jr., the corner from Florida State, who I hope falls to the Bears in the second round, because that would be one hell of a. If you go Justin Fields round 1, Samuel round 2, mark it down for an A for this draft for Ryan Pace, because he's got himself 2 starters right there.
I found something interesting. We're talking about running backs, and something that used to be such a premium where we saw running backs go high, and the league has changed, and maybe there's not a high premium, or maybe you can get the guy that you want in the 3rd or 4th round and not have to spend such high draft capital. For this particular class, how many running backs can you see actually going in the 1st round? Because we're already on pick number 22. Can you see more than one going? And is that an indication of the draft class itself, or is it an indication on how the league is actually trending?
I think it's just a league trend is really what it is. I think the league is trending away from taking running backs in the 1st round and putting more of the emphasis on, the elite wide receivers, because it's become a pass-happy league. It's a quarterback-driven league. So, you get these, and not to say that Travis Etienne, Najee Harris, Javonte Williams, those guys are, the elite of the elite guys. They're not Saquon Barkley's, you know what I mean? Like, they're not going to come in and be game changers day one probably, but, they are nice players. They are very talented dudes. They're going to, add a ripple to what you do offensively. Etienne and Harris and Williams are the 3 different types of dudes. But I think what you're seeing is that teams are getting away from taking running backs high. Generally speaking, Saquon Barkley being the one detractor from that way of thought. But I think it's just placing more of a priority on the passing game, because that's where the game has headed. 10 years ago, obviously, we would have seen probably some of these guys go by now. Etienne or Harris probably would have been gone by now. But, it's just the evolution of the game. I think you could probably see either Etienne or Harris get taken before the end of round 1. I only had 2 round 1 grades on tailbacks.
Yeah, for me, it's just Najee Harris, and me personally, I don't draft running backs in the 1st round. I have that motto where I can find running backs in the 4th, 5th, 6th round. I found teams. I found running backs as undrafted free agents. So, I just don't put that high of a priority on them, especially in the 1st round. Now, that's why you're going to see it in the top of the 2nd round. It's going to be a run on these running backs. A lot of these teams are going to go ahead and start gobbling them up. So, but for me, the only one I had our 1st round grade on was Najee Harris. Travis Etienne almost made it, but he was top of the 2nd round.
Excellent. It sounds like we actually have the video of the Justin Fields interview. We're going to play some of that. Chicago Bears fans, this is your new quarterback.
Sort of impacted you the most, and how you kind of dealt with that over the last 3 months?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely been a lot of criticism, but me, at the end of the day, I feel like I know, myself. I know how much work I put in the game. I know how much I love the game. I know how much I want to be great. So, it just comes a point in time where you just have to cut, all that criticism out. And of course, it's good to listen to the criticism you get from, people that are, actually there to help you. So if it was from a coach or anything like that, of course, I'm going to take that criticism. But I feel like, of course, there's a lot of, criticism coming from outside voices that didn't really matter. So I just, did my best to kind of cut all that out and really just get to work. So
what was tonight like for you, just sitting through those first 10 picks before you got the call at 11?
I'm the kind of guy that thinks that everything happens for a reason. So I think, this is God's plan for me to be a Bear. So I'm more than excited, and I'm, more than ready to get up there for sure.
Pat Finley, Chicago Sun-Times.
Hey, Justin, how did you find out that you were going to the Bears? What was that phone conversation like? And during the pre-draft process, did you have any hints that this might have been the outcome?
Yeah, so basically, Coach Nagy called me up and just asked me if I was ready to be a Chicago Bear, and I told him, of course. I mean, so of course the phone call went well. Coach Nagy's a great coach. He's a great person. I got to build a sort of a relationship with him these past couple of months. But just talking with him a little bit, getting to know him, and then of course going back to hints. I don't think I had any hints. I had no idea, to be honest with you. So I was confident, in myself. I guess to wherever I ended up, I was gonna, be in the right place for me. So again, I'm excited.
Adam Hogue, NBC Chicago.
Justin, what can you tell us about, you mentioned building that relationship with Coach Nagy. What was it over Zoom calls? It's your pro day, any interactions? Can you be a little bit more specific about all that?
Yeah, I would say most of it was during Zoom calls. Of course, we did, have a little bit of conversation at my pro day, but most of it, through Zoom calls, and it's just, of course, just talking and, getting to know him, not only as a coach but as a person. So I'm pretty big on, having great relationships with my coaches. I think that's the most effective way to, be great and kind of be, cooperative as a team. So just mainly through Zoom and a little bit at my pro day.
Larry Mayer, ChicagoBears.com.
Hey, Justin, what type of player and person would you say the Bears are getting in yourself, and what do you think is your number one strength?
I mean, I think the kind of player the Bears are getting is a versatile player that can, make plays both with my arm and also with my legs, and of course a smart player, a player that's going to make smart decisions, and a player that, that wants to win, that's willing to do whatever, to win. So that's of course my number one job, however that may be, whether, whatever my position may be on the team. But my number one strength, or was that the next question?
Yes.
My number one strength, I would just say my overall, not even my overall, but just, showing up in big moments. I feel like when big moments present themselves, I feel like, there's just another thing that kicks inside of me. But just I think capitalizing in big moments, and of course, playing well on big stages, I think that's definitely one of my strengths for sure.
Kevin Fishbane, The Athletic.
Hey, Justin, going back to Matt Nagy, based on your conversations with him and getting to know him, how do you think you fit with what he wants out of a quarterback?
Yeah, I mean, I think I fit, perfectly. I think if he didn't think I fit well, he wouldn't have traded up. But I think, just talking to him, getting to know, I guess, how he communicates with his quarterbacks and his learning style, I think that, that's going to make me a better quarterback, a better player. And, he's going to teach me a lot. So I'm just, again, excited to get up there and learn.
Chris Emma, 670.
Justin, this is a franchise that struggles trying to find a franchise quarterback. What do you believe makes you the kind of guy who can be that quarterback for the Bears and for Chicago?
Just the way I carry myself, just the way I, care about the game, the grit I have, the determination I have to be great. I think, nobody kind of has a story that I have. So, just everything inside of me, just wanting to be a great quarterback, wanting to be a franchise quarterback. And of course, me dreaming for this moment my whole life. So I think, all those intangibles, my work ethic, and all of that together will, of course, be different for me.
Your Chicago Sun-Times.
Justin, how?
Okay, that was Justin Fields, the new quarterback of the Chicago Bears. Kind of like how he handles himself, very calm, cool, collected, very mature whenever he answers things. And I think that's a cool demeanor for that they have numerous meanings, but it's a cool demeanor to have when addressing yourself. So I'm not going to, like I said, try to psychoanalyze everything about the poor kid, but he just handles himself very professionally already.
That's the thing. When you watch his tape, when you watch his game situations, you see if it's a big game, if it's a third and long or whatnot, or if he's having a bad game. You cannot tell from his body language, his facial expression, that he's either too amped up or just doesn't give a damn. He's a guy that's cool, calm, even, collected. Even when pressure's all around him, he's just, flying around and avoiding guys. He's not a guy that, like, you don't see that deer in the headlights look like we saw a lot with Mitch Trubisky the last couple of seasons. So, he's just a guy that's nice, cool, calm demeanor. And you want that in your quarterback, especially your leader on offense, because you don't want the guys around them to see that this guy's panicking. He has no idea what he's doing. He's scared. Even if he's scared to death, you'll never know because of the way he just carries himself, and I love that about him as well.
Yeah, the one thing that he said that really stuck with me was that outside of just the poise that he showed, answering his questions, the fact that he is calm, he's cool, collected. He understands that the loudest boos come from the cheap seats. He blocks out all the mundane BS around him and just focuses on what's at hand. Completely. I mean, that's one of the things that you need in a young quarterback that's coming into the situation he's coming into, knowing that he has to be the guy. I love that.
Yeah, and your boy Christian Darrisaw just goes to the Vikings.
I love that. Let's get after his ass. Let's do it.
Yeah, Minnesota wanted an offensive lineman. I think they might have dipped a little too far. They traded down. I forgot who they traded down with, but they ended up trading down with the team. So they got Darrisaw here, and then Najee Harris just went to the Steelers. So that's a perfect fit right there for them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I was going to say that was the team that loses James Conner, the team that could not run the ball, and they have Ben Roethlisberger in his 400th year with the Steelers throwing the ball 60 times. So
right.
What does Harris bring that can take? What kind of skill set does he bring to Pittsburgh that can take some of the pressure off of Big Ben?
He's a big bell cow of a running back, a guy can give him feeling the ball 20, 25 times a game. He's got the ability to go ahead and he's big. He's got the ability to run between the tackles. He also has the ability to bounce it outside. He's athletic as heck. I'm sure you guys have all seen his highlights where he's hurdling guys in the open field. He's also a very good pass catcher out of the backfield. I think he's underrated in terms of that area of his game as well. So he's a full rounded running back. Guy can be on there for a 3-down back, if you will. I compared him very favorably to a Matt Forte type, a guy that doesn't have to come off the field, can pass block, and also, like I said, run between the tackles, can bounce it outside, is very effective catching the ball. Obviously, I think Forte is a much better pass catcher at this point in their careers, but he shows the ability with the soft hands and be able to go out there and make plays in the passing game. That's why I like Najee Harris a lot. And that's why I had him. He was my only one with a first-round grade.
Yeah. Or a big dude, man. This guy's like a running back in a linebacker's body, like an old school fullback with like really good athleticism. Right. I mean, I love this kid. And really, honestly, when I went into film study this past year, I expected Travis Etienne to be better in the passing game than Najee Harris. And I was actually pretty surprised at how much better in the passing game, coming out of the backfield, catching the football, being natural at it, right? Acting like a receiver instead of a tailback, and actually just anticipating the ball and not having to look out the side of his helmet, to catch, and taking his focus off of what his job is. I think if there was one negative about him, he needs to be better at pass pro. He's one of these guys that he's good to recognize his responsibility, but he will throw his body in there. He'll get
in there.
Away.
I've seen some Olays from running backs in terms of pass pro, but he'll put his nose in there in his helmet.
He just needs to get better technically, which is 100% coachable, obviously. But the 1-2, the willingness is there. But that's all you want to see a lot of times. So really a lot of these guys, I don't think I had like a really good grade as far as pass pro, the third dimension of being a running back on any of these guys. But Najee Harris was definitely one of the best. In terms of all around backs, you can't not like this kid.
Yeah, my only nitpicking, if I'm going to nitpick on him, is he doesn't always lower his pad level. He takes, he runs a little upright and takes some unnecessary shots to the midsection, to the abdomen. So if I'm him, I would just kind of lower my pad level when going through a crowd. And you're a big dude with big, powerful, strong legs. You can run guys over. Contact balance, contact power, all that stuff. So that's the only thing if I'm going to be nitpicking on him.
Sure. We talked about this earlier, but now with Harris off the board in Pittsburgh at number 24, Danny, you said he was the only one that had maybe a first grade or a first round grade on you. But is there another team that you think at the end of this round could slip in and take an ATN, like maybe Buffalo or the Buccaneers, maybe, or at the end of the round?
Yeah, the Bucs are a team that I wouldn't surprise me if they went ahead and take an ETN. Now Buffalo, they have Singletary. They have a committee back there. I don't think they'd use their pick on a running back here. There's some edge talent here that they might go ahead and get, like a pass rusher. Christian Barmore, the defensive tackle from Alabama, is still out there. He's the only guy defensive tackle that I gave a first round grade to. So He could be an option there for Buffalo as well. But yeah, I mean, in terms of a running back, I think Tampa Bay could use Travis Etienne, just adding again more speed to that backfield. I know they have abundance of running backs, but a lot of them are on 1-year contracts, so it might be a luxury pick for them. But yeah, if you're a Super Bowl champion, typically these are luxury picks for you. So
Super Bowl champ with everybody coming back,
which is rare, right? So that's a power of Tom Brady, guys. Brings everybody back.
Yeah, Neil, the next pick up on the board is for the Jacksonville Jaguars. They go out and they get Trevor Lawrence with the first overall pick. So what do they do to supplement that now? Do they get him weapons, or do they get him protection, or do they go on the other side of the ball here?
I wish I was more familiar with their depth chart than I currently am, but again,
it's the Jags, so don't feel too bad.
Again, right? Yeah, there really is no becoming familiar with their depth chart. But I mean, I would either want to get him a freak on the outside to throw to, or I mean, obviously that dude needs protection as well. Not as much as some of these other guys, probably, because he's so poised in the pocket. He's so smart with the football, with his feet, navigating. And he has the athletic ability to, again, be dynamic with his legs, to be a playmaker. So, he can rely on his, playmaking ability a little bit on the ground. But I still, man, you still have elite offensive tackles on the board. You still have elite outside receivers on the board. Terrace Marshall would be an unbelievable tool to throw in that locker room with him. It would be really hard to pass that up at this point if I'm in Jacksonville, passing up a guy like Terrace Marshall.
The only thing is that they have some weapons on the outside with DJ Shark. They signed Marvin Jones from the Lions. They have I think the kid Cole, Laviska Shenault they got from Colorado last year. So they have some weapons on the outside. I think offensive line, Cam Robinson, their starting left tackle, is playing on a franchise tag. So maybe you get one of these guys that are falling right now, and you can groom him to be the eventual replacement for Cam Robinson for next year. But definitely like that. And that's why with the Bears now with Justin Fields, like, I want weapons, I want receivers, I want offensive linemen. So I think Jacksonville has weapons right now. I think the offensive line is where they should probably attack this next pick.
Looking at it right now, actually, I think they go interior offensive line because they don't have any depth there whatsoever. They have 3 starters, and one of their backups is backing up every single spot. They only have 5 offensive linemen on the interior. I think they go with an interior offensive lineman here. I don't think they have a choice. They gotta bolster that up, and there's still some elite selections left at that position.
Right. If they want to go with left tackle, Samuel Cosmi is out there as a possible guy to replace Cam Robinson after next season.
Mm-hmm. All right, guys, we're going to throw it into the chat room. We got some questions coming your way. And so the first one comes from Robbie. How much of an upgrade is Fields' accuracy in deep ball from what we have had, we being the Chicago Bears, in the past?
I mean, we just look at those highlights. I mean, how many times we saw bucket throws, right? I mean, he's literally dropping it in the bucket to a receiver in stride, 60, 70 yards down the field. You'll see that constantly with this kid in the pocket, right? And that's something that Mitch Trubisky struggled with consistently. Throws in the pocket, downfield. It was always, either too short or too overthrowing the receiver. So, that's something we're going to sell. We saw some of these on these highlights, some of these tight window throws where he's scrambling out to his left or to his right. And he's got a small window and he zips it in there. So arm strength is not an issue. So, I mean, these are the things we're going to see with him. Are there improvements he needs to do in terms of, maybe picking up his pace, his play speed in terms of, going through his progressions a little quicker? Some have talked about maybe he's got a little bit of a loop in terms of his throwing motion. I don't know. It works for me. So I'm not sure I would go mess with his throwing motion, but those are some of the things that they've nitpicked on him. But for me, in terms of what I think his accuracy downfield is very, very good. And I think what we're going to see now, what we haven't seen, are these deep shots down the field to Allen Robinson, Darnell Mooney, where we hit them in stride now instead of them stopping and contouring their body and adjusting for the football.
And let's go to the next one. Outside of the Clemson game, what is the best game to watch of Justin Fields' college career? Neil, I'll start with you if you can think of one off the top of your head.
Off the top of my head, I mean, man, that's really tough.
Or either one of you, I should throw it out to. Any games come to mind?
For me, watch the Clemson game the year prior where they lost, and he brought them back. And you should see how he brings them back. He struggled in that first half, and in the second half, he just got something clicked. And next thing you know, he was unstoppable, and he almost You throw a pick in the end zone, but that was more a miscommunication between him and his receiver as opposed to him just doing a bad read. But I mean, he at that point is when I saw this kid. I'm like, this kid's got superstar potential, written all over him, and that's a game you can go watch as well. Any Ohio State Michigan game, you can go watch and you can see that because those are generally all tough battles, contested battles. Even watch the games that he struggled in. I would go watch the Western game, right? I was watching that as part of his tape review, and yeah, he made some throws that were off target. But again, Northwestern had a pretty darn good defense last year. They also made some pretty nice throws, and he also made some nice plays with his feet as well. The other thing with this kid is when he runs, he knows when to get down, slide, and not worry about taking on hits and all that stuff. So that's another thing about him is he's smart too as to when to get down and not necessarily take cheap shots or hard hits to get yourself hurt as well. So also he's got a baseball playing background, so he's got the ability to go ahead and manipulate his arm angle, be able to get rid of that football around defensive linemen's arms and all that stuff. So he finds passing windows on a regular basis, which is something you need in today's NFL, especially when you move in the pocket and all that stuff. So the kid's got everything. Is he a finished product yet? No, there's still some development needs to be done. But I'm telling you, this is like John said earlier. This just feels different, guys. This feels different. It feels right. It feels good. Everyone's reaction so far that I've seen has been positive. I haven't seen a negative reaction yet. So just enjoy it.
I had to go back and look at the schedule a little bit because when we talked about quarterbacks, it was really early in the season. I had to go back and think about what games I looked at. But the first 3 games of last year were highly productive games. If you went and watched the first game of the season against Nebraska, that was a picture of passing efficiency and also ground attack. I mean, he went 20 for 21 for 276 and 2 scores through the air, 15 carries and 54 yards and a touchdown against Nebraska. Against Penn State, if you want to look at another game just with attacking through the air, offensive efficiency in the passing game, 28 of 34 for 318 and 4 touchdowns. I think that was one of the games I hinged a lot of my evaluation on. The Rutgers game, I know it's Rutgers, but again, he's throwing the ball in the air, he's completing it, getting it from A to B, 24-28 for 314 and 5, 85% completion rate. So the first 3 games last year were highly effective, highly efficient, highly productive. And then, again, we talk about all night, the Indiana Northwestern games were games where he kind of struggled a little bit, but it's good to see a guy in between the good stuff to see what he does during the bad stuff, how he comes back from, a bad play or a bad series or a bad half or whatever the case may be. And those played just as importantly into the evaluation as just watching the games where he does go and just light it up, right? So, just go ahead and spot hit a lot of these games from last year, man. You're not going to be disappointed with whatever game you pull up.
And the thing about him is, and he mentioned that when it's his time to step up, there's something inside him that kind of turns on. And you saw that, for me at least, I saw it in the Clemson game because he was coming off that Big Ten championship game against Northwestern when everyone was knocking him and telling him how he couldn't read defenses and all this stuff. And he came into that Clemson game on a mission to prove something. And that's what he went on and did. He went on and he lit up Clemson's defense. So, this kid has that competitive toughness, that competitive fire you want to see in your quarterback. Again, he's going to be the face of the franchise. You just got to, protect him now and get him some weapons on the outside.
Before we jump to this next question, we were just talking about running backs, and Travis Etienne goes to the Jaguars. What do you think about that?
It goes Clemson back to back. Where they got the quarterback Trevor Lawrence, and they got his running back Travis Etienne. And now they have James Robinson as well, who had 1,000 yards last year as a rookie. So that's a little bit of a bit of a reach. I'm not sure why they're going there, but and they're both kind of similar. Robinson has a little more in between the tackle stuff, and Etienne's getting better there, but Etienne's more of an outside, bounce it outside and pass catching threat. But man, Etienne, he's a threat to go anytime he touches the ball. He's got that type of deep speed, that game breaking speed. So interesting pick.
For sure. All right, let's throw it back to the questions. Are Allen Robinson and Darnell Mooney better than most wide receiver combos that the Bears have had lately? Now, lately is a relative.
Alshon Robinson and Brandon Marshall are pretty lethal receiving combinations. So I don't know about that. Mooney obviously showed some nice promise last year. Obviously, I want to see more growth here in his second year. Now that he has a quarterback that is more accurate and can get him the ball downfield, maybe we'll see some of that growth. Another receiver that's been kind of left for dead here by a lot of people that I expect to see a better result this year with these kind of quarterbacks is Anthony Miller. He's in a contract season. Now he's got a quarterback, and either if it's Dalton or if it's Justin Fields, they can get him the ball on time. So it's time for him now to put up and shut up. And now, we can't use the excuse, at least I can't use the excuse that, his quarterback is inconsistent. That's why we're seeing some inconsistent results from Anthony Miller as well. So we'll see.
I can still use the excuse.
All right, guys, we're going
on the roster after throwing a close fist to a guy in the helmet, but that's not.
I'm going to say if Anthony Miller is actually on the roster, which is still something that needs to be sorted out, and they still have some cap issues that they need to sift through here. Let's move on to where the Browns pick here. They could go a number of ways. There's still a lot of good talent on the board. And so what do you think the Browns potentially go here?
The Browns are going Northwestern cornerback Greg Newsome.
Well, there you go. How does that fit in with what they're doing?
Just adding some more players to their defensive backfield. And Newsome dropped lower than I expected him to go. I thought he was going to go mid to like at least in the 15 range. So I was shocked if he was available for the Bears at 20. But yeah, he dropped a little bit lower. I think this is pick 26 here. So dropped a little bit lower, not that much. But his main thing is he's missed games in the past, so his durability is a concern. And he doesn't have many interceptions. I think he only has one interception in his career. So he's got to be able to get that ball, turn that ball over. So, but other than that, I mean, he's got coverage ability, stays in phase nicely downfield. He's got the quick feet, the loose hips you look for in your cornerback. Can play inside and outside. I think he can cover the slot as well. So he brings him some nice flexibility there.
And then we had a question that came into the chat room. We didn't get to put it up. Is this how many quality tackles are potentially left for the Bears to kind of hone in on in the next maybe in the next round or possibly in the third round?
Yeah. So when I was saying earlier about the second round is where I started looking for either that corner or that tackle, because you're looking at about a handful of guys left that can come in day one and compete for a starting job. In terms of tackles, I really like Sam Cosmi. He's my highest rated tackle that's left on the board. Kid from Texas, strong, tough, physical, mean street guy, moves very well in space. He's one of the few tackles on the list who's asked regularly to execute the pull, and it's a massive strength of his. So that just speaks to his flexibility and his athletic ability. Jackson Carman is a guy I think is a flex guy in sort of the similar frame of a dude like Rashawn Slater. A guy that had played left tackle for Clemson and was highly productive. A big sized dude that showed up to his pro day 20 pounds lighter, which tells me that he means business. I love dudes that are all about business in the offseason. He shows up to pro day 20 pounds lighter, looks good, moved well, measured in with a massive 87 wingspan, 32.5 arm length, which tells me that he's probably going to end up pushing inside. But he was a guy I really liked on the edge just because of his movement ability, and he also has that Gata mentality. Liam Eichenberg is the third guy remaining as probably the next pure tackle that I have left. The kid from Notre Dame, who's a guy that Danny and I have consistently looked at as a dude that would come in and play right tackle right away, fill that void, and potentially, if he's able to, move to the left side, but also a guy that could potentially move inside as well. Dylan Radins is a guy that we really like from North Dakota State. Big, athletic. If you guys watched any of the practice film from Senior Bowl, he's a guy that showed the uncanny ability to mirror on the edge, to have functional strength at the point of contact. On game film, you see this guy booking down the field, covering, blocking guys at the second level and downfield for his playmakers. Love this guy's mentality. Love his on-field demeanor. And those are the next immediate guys that I'm looking at as day two guys that we can go after. And I mean, there's a couple guys down the list that would be more or less, developmental guys now. I mean, if you're looking at a guy like James Hudson from Cincinnati, Jalen Moore from Western Michigan, Walker Little from Stanford, who hasn't played in 2 years, but the 1 year he did play, was highly productive. So there's guys down the line that you don't necessarily feel like slam dunks about. But in terms of day two guys, those are the 4 or 5 guys that I'm looking at as potential fits if we want to go ahead and get our new quarterbacks in protection right away.
And then Brady Christensen, also from BYU, is also a guy.
Yeah, I forgot to mention Brady. Yeah. Right.
Next question for you, Danny, is do the Bears, if Aaron Rodgers leaves Green Bay, and if he does go to Denver, wherever, do the Bears suddenly have the best quarterback in the NFC North? So that would be, we got to be talking about Justin Fields. So we're talking Fields versus whoever. I mean, Jordan Love in Green Bay, or Kirk Cousins in Minnesota, or Jared Goff in Detroit. I mean, I'd probably take Justin Fields over all of them right now.
All right, guys, let's get real here. Right, I'm the biggest Justin Fields fan. I love this pick. I think he's going to be phenomenal, excellent pick. But the kid hasn't played a down yet in NFL football, right? So we're all projecting he's going to be good, and we're hoping he's going to be good. But Kirk Cousins has thrown for 4,000 yards, has won a playoff game. Jared Goff has been to a Super Bowl. These guys are right now technically are better than Justin Fields, but potentially Justin Fields, if Aaron Rodgers is out of the division, potentially Justin Fields could be the best quarterback in the division. Yes, but not right now.
Not right now, but possibly. Neil, Neil, we're talking about weapons that we can bring in for Justin Fields. How many? Who are your favorite wide receivers left? And are there any that are actually likely or possibly can fall to the Bears?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. Terrace Marshall's still the one left on the board that, interestingly enough, in a lot of mock drafts recently has been falling into day 3. So he's an interesting thought of a guy that later on in day 2, if he's still around, would be a tough guy to turn down. Talk about a guy that's got tons of length for days, big ass hands, go gadget arms, and for his size, really good quickness and agility. He ran really well his pro day. He's a 4.4 guy. You could play him in the slot because that's what he did at LSU, and he was highly productive doing it. And as a guy that plays in the slot with that kind of size and that kind of speed, he's a mismatch nightmare. So I can't believe that he's a guy that could potentially go that late. But he's one worth thinking about. If you go further on down, day 2 guys that I have graded, Amari Rodgers from Clemson, who that's T. Martin's kid. So he comes from a great football pedigree. Excellent fundamentals, football smarts and savvy, incredible awareness, the ability to read defenders. He's a guy that scouts have told me is a class wide receiver, right? So in terms of bringing a guy that could fill a need right away, come and hit the ground running, he'd be a guy to do that. He doesn't have that unbelievable explosive, playmaking ability that you would get from a guy like Rondale Moore or Dwayne Eskridge, guys that run in the 4.3s and are just balls of explosion. But he's a guy that will be productive at the next level. You can guarantee that. Amon Ross St. Brown is another guy that I like that isn't necessarily a ball of explosion, but he's a big, strong, physical dude in terms of the way he plays. Even though he's less than 6 feet and about 200 pounds, he'd be a really interesting take on as a day 2 guy. But Dwayne Eskridge is a guy that is still a highly developmental dude. He's a work in progress, and that's a kid from Western Michigan. 5'9", 188 pounds. 4.3 something, 40, dangerous in the return game as well. So he adds a special teams, functionality and value. In terms of like day 2 guys, those are the ones that I'd focus on if we're going to go day 2. Tutu Atwell is a guy that I would look at as well as a jitterbug type guy that you can play in the slot and actually kind of move around a little bit and be really creative with. If you go a little bit later on in the draft, you got guys that are of the developmental varieties like Cornell Powell from Clemson, Mike Strachan, the Division II kid from Charleston, who had an unbelievable pro day, has unbelievable length. He just, he's been a D2 kid and he's very raw and very new to the game of football. He's a really intriguing take early day 3. If you want to look at a guy further on down the line that, guys that intrigue me. Austin Watkins is a guy that they really like as well from UAB that tested really well. And, all the smoke out there is that if there's an opportunity to take this guy late, talking about 5th, 6th round, that he would be a guy that they would heavily look at. And then you have Josh Amator-Baby, a guy with great size that has an unbelievable 40 and a vertical jump. A guy that had a lack of productivity his last year, but his athleticism speaks for itself. And he would be a little bit more of a developmental guy with a big body that could also be in the vein of like a Terrace Marshall, like a big dude that can cause and create mismatch nightmares. That could be a late take that could develop into something really nice.
The receiver group is so deep, guys. I mean, the other guys that Neil just talked about right now, but there's also guys like Nico Collins from Michigan. He's 6'4", 4.45 guy, 215. Kate Johnson from South Dakota State. He's more of a slot guy. He's a quicker, shiftier guy, but he's a guy that impressed the heck out of me down in the Senior Bowl. Shi Smith from South Carolina, Josh Palmer from Tennessee. These are all guys that you can probably get in the 4th, 5th round, maybe even some in the 6th round. So the receiving core is really deep here. And I think that's if we're going to have to nitpick in terms of what we're going to go with in that 2nd or 3rd round, I'd go corner, offensive line most likely, because that's probably going to dry up as you get further down into the draft.
Right.
Yeah, we see Rashod Bateman, speaking of receivers, going off the board to Baltimore. They're looking for as many weapons as they can get, I suppose. So hopefully, for their sake, that would be a good fit.
Bateman went. I'm surprised Bateman went before Marshall.
Me too. I think he's highly overrated. I could be wrong.
Bateman,
not to say that he can't play, but I don't think he's a 1st-round guy. I look at him more as an early day 3 dude.
Right. Yeah, me too. And for Bateman, like when I was watching last year, I was watching Tyler Johnson, and I like Tyler Johnson coming out of Minnesota last year. He ended up being a 5th-round pick for the Buccaneers, and I liked him better than Bateman. And that was last year. And then this year I put on Bateman's tape, and just to me, it looked like he wasn't into it all the way. So maybe it was just, he was just trying not to get hurt. And he's a guy that opted out and then came back in and then opted out after like 2 games left or something like that. So it was a weird year. So, we'll see. But to me, he was more similar to an Allen Robinson type. I think we need more of a, home run hitting, big play, explosive kind of receiving guys. And those are guys you talked about, Eskridge, Shi Smith, some of the other names we brought up here, Terrence Marshall, even though he's a big dude, he's got 4.4 speed. So those are the guys that really excite me, and I think would be a nice complement to this offense.
100%.
I want to change gears just a little bit, because I don't know if it's a surprise or maybe it's just because of circumstance. But talking about Notre Dame linebacker Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, the fact that he's still on the board, is that surprising to you guys? Because he was rated pretty high among linebackers.
It's surprising to me only because the kid's a special player in terms of he's a defensive weapon. The only thing is his size. He's about 6'1". He's a tweener. They don't know if he's a safety, if he's a linebacker. Now, for me, when I scouted him, I figured, in this Bear system, I'll put him next to Roquan Smith as a Mike linebacker, and I could use him as a weapon because the guy can rush off the edge from a 2-point stance as an outside linebacker. He can drop back in coverage. He can cover tight ends down the field. He can cover running backs out the backfield. When the guy hits you, you feel it. Your bones rattle. So the guys are just a absolute athlete and a weapon, but you got to have a plan for him. You got to have to use him because, like I said, that size, it makes him a tweener. And I think some teams are scared because they're not sure how they would utilize him. So that's why for me in this system, this Bear system, I would put him next to Roquan Smith and tell him, you and Roquan are going to be sideline to sideline tackle guys. You guys cover everything here. You guys can both drop back in coverage. You guys can rush and blitzes. Explosive first step for Jeremiah. He's an unbelievable athlete. So that's a guy that I'm surprised. And I don't know, Neil, if you're surprised, but I'm surprised he's still on the board right now.
100%. You talk about unique athletic specimens. This kid is. I had 2 kids on the linebacker board that were just unique athletic specimens. One of them is already gone, at Micah Parsons, and we still have Jock on the board, which blows my mind. I can't believe that was a term that I used to describe him when we talked about him a couple weeks back. Just a defensive weapon. He's a guy that has explosion and violence and aggressiveness, and yeah, he plays a hybrid position. But he came into his pro day weighing in at 221, which is about 15 pounds heavier than he was reportedly playing. I don't know what he was actually playing at this year, but reportedly he was playing about 205 or so, in the neighborhood of this past fall. And he put up some really nice numbers during that workout too, in terms of quickness and explosion and everything else. His biggest weakness to me is fending off blocks because of just his size. Historically he looked like a safety playing linebacker. And really he played like a hybrid position at Notre Dame, which is kind of a unique thing for them. But if he can add strength and not lose on his athletic traits, become better at defeating blocks. He's got all the other tools that, a team like us would love in a linebacker. And again, I understand he's 10 pounds lighter than our lightest guy in the room. Right. But, he's a dude that, again, you put him and Roquan Smith together at second level, man. That's, you got the entire, second level of the field covered. You can rely on your pass rush and rely on the DBs to take care of their business. These guys are just going to be, spiders going in and taking care of business all over the field.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see as the Saints pick is rolling in. He could potentially go to New Orleans here, but if not, where would he go? I mean, Green Bay, I think that they're probably looking elsewhere. Buffalo, Baltimore, and Tampa kind of rounds out the first round. So if he doesn't go here, and it looks like it's Peyton Turner.
Yeah, Peyton Turner.
Peyton Turner, the DN out of Houston. How do you feel about that?
That dude's a creature. He's an avatar. Man,
I'm surprised he went in the first round, though. That's a little high for me. But
I am not. I damn near put it. He actually, if I look at my top 100, he's number where am I at here? He's number 31 on my top 100. You look at dudes with that kind of length and that kind of explosion, that kind of athletic ability, those sort of unique traits. He's one of those dudes where you bring him in and you figure out a position for him.
Right.
You figure out a way to include him in your defensive scheme because he's a dude that he's just different. He got blessed by God in ways that no other guys have been blessed by God, man.
Right.
6'5", 270 pounds. Put maybe like 20 more pounds for us. If you put like 20 more pounds on him and play him a little bit inside.
And that's the thing is, at that size, he stood up at a 2-point stance and rushed from the edge as an outside linebacker,
Right.
and the guy was effective. The guy was getting to the quarterback, causing pressure, and that's how the athletic ability he's got in that type of body. And when he tackles you, I mean, he tackles you. You feel it through the tape. I mean, you see these guys being pounded into the ground by this guy. So I love this kid. I think it was going to go this high, to be honest with you, but I love the kid.
I see him in the next level, sort of like Preston Smith with just the next level athletic ability and explosion.
And the next pick Bears fans probably will be paying attention to is because it's the Green Bay Packers. So it's somebody that you're going to have to deal with twice a year in a rivalry game, a couple of areas of need. The Packers could potentially go wide receiver here. Some people have Rondell Moore going out of Purdue going to Green Bay. Potentially they could go cornerback to try to solidify the other side of Jair Alexander. Do they go out and they get Asante Samuel Jr. or do they go and they bolster the offensive line? Which way do you think that the Packers potentially go here?
Well, if Aaron Rodgers is still going to be there, I'd say they go receiver and make him happy. And Terrace Marshall would be one hell of a weapon to add to that arsenal. But I don't know. We'll see what they're going to do here. I mean, their offensive line is pretty much intact. Bakhtiari is coming back from that ACL injury. A corner could be a spot for them. That was a good call there, John. But if I had to guess, I'd say receiver, Terrace Marshall Jr.
Yeah, could you imagine Devontae Adams, Alan Lazard, and Terrace Marshall? Good hell.
I don't want to. I don't want to have to think about it.
Neither do I. I'm out on that. I don't know what they would do defensively. They got some interesting pieces, obviously, with the unrelated Smith brothers. Preston and Zadarius. They got guys off the edge. Inside Dean Lowry is an impact player. Inside Kingsley Keke. Cornerback wise, that might be an area where they maybe test the waters with a guy like Caleb Farley.
Farley's gone. He went.
Farley's off the board.
Oh, did I miss that?
Yeah, he went to Tennessee Titans. I think 22.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I mean they re-signed Kevin King, didn't they? The Packers. I think they brought him back. So I don't think it's that big of a need, but and not that Kevin King's any great things to talk about, but.
Yeah, you probably just go ahead and make your star quarterback happy and try to keep him in the the locker room because
you bring up a good that's what I want to talk about real quick. This isn't necessarily draft related, but it can be draft related. To where how much do you buy into this that Aaron Rodgers actually wants out of Green Bay? So what is your level of confidence that he's not Aaron Rodgers is gone, or do you think that he's in a Packers uniform next year?
Well, if Adam Schefter and Jay Glazer are reporting it, and then that's pretty much it's truth, right? So it happened. He told them that he doesn't want to play for them. Now the Packers don't have to trade him. I mean, he's under contract. The Packers could go ahead and dig their heels in and be like, all right, you know what, you want to play, sit out, and we'll find you. And they can get messy, but I don't think they want to go down that route. The only question is now with the offseason pretty much done here with the draft, and what are you going to trade him for, right? I mean, are you trading for future picks? Either way, whatever team you trade him to, you're going to be losing in this trade. So if you're the Packers, I mean, I know they've flown out the president out there, they've flown out the GM out there to California, they've flown out the head coach out there to talk to him separately, each time, and he said no. They offered him a contract extension. He said no, I want out of here. So my only thing is if he's dug his heels in, do you call his bluff and say, all right, don't report, we'll go with Jordan Love until you report?
And it sounds like they don't really care about it. They're giving them any more weapons on the offensive line or the offensive side of the ball because they draft Eric Stokes, cornerback out of Georgia. How high was he on your boards?
He was my number 5 corner, and so far the corners have gone exactly how I had him ordered.
I wasn't high on Stokes. He didn't produce a lot for me, at least on the ball. But I know Neil was higher than I was.
Yeah, to me, like he possessed the ideal size with great length that allows him to win one-on-one along with his top class. This kid has top class athletic ability now. He's extremely competitive, incredibly quick and loose, has snappy closing bursts, borderline elite ability to change direction. I mean, when he comes out of his breaks, his reaction time is almost nil. He spent Saturday afternoons in the hip pocket wide receivers in the SEC conference. Shows high-level instincts, many times being the receiver to the catch point, whether it's driving to the ball or high pointing the ball. He brings physicality to the line of scrimmage. I can see him being a strong press man player at the next level, as well as being an off-man player. The only thing I really don't see is this guy's ability to make tackles in the open field, just because that defense was such that that the first 2 levels were typically able to get to the ball carrier before he even had to worry about it. So I think he's a hell of a projection. He had elite pro day numbers, ran a 4.3 140, jumped 38.5 on the vert, almost 11 broad. So I mean, this kid, he's quick, he's explosive, he can move, he can pop out of his break. He's a hell of a take. I love this kid. Number 5 on my board.
So far, guys, another interesting point of this draft so far in the first round, not one real true defensive tackle taken off the board. The highest rated one, Christian Barmore out of Bama. Is that just because maybe it's not the strongest draft class this year when it comes to defensive tackles?
It's not the strongest draft class this year. Barmore was the only one for me who had a first round grade. But look for Buffalo here to maybe pick up a defensive tackle here. It could be Barmore. It could also be the kid out of Washington, Levi. Onwuzurike. Thank you. He's a guy that at the Senior Bowl played like a first round pick. So he's a guy also opted out. He didn't play this year. So that's another guy that, not much tape on him. So, but Barmore or Onwuzurike are 2 guys here, and Buffalo could be looking for a defensive tackle, interior defensive lineman.
How about the edge kid out of Georgia? Aziz, I'm not going to be Ojulari. Is it a possibility?
Yeah, he's a right now he's a one-trick pony, and that right now is a pretty good trick, and it means he's a pass rusher. The guy's bendy, he's edgy, he's twitchy off the edge, first step quickness, can get underneath the shoulder pads of an offensive tackle, and then flatten to the quarterback. The guys can bring pressure all the time. I see him as an outside linebacker in a 3-4. I don't see him as a 4-3 end. But that's just me though. But the kid is a highly athletic run defense. He's not much there in terms of a run stopper. So he's a guy that right now will probably come in as a situational pass rusher, in my opinion, unless you put him as an outside linebacker and you drop him in coverage a little bit. But I don't think that's his strength either. But man, he's one heck of a pass rusher, and by 2-3 years down the road, he could be the best edge rusher out of this entire draft class.
Quite possible. And we talked about what are going to be those luxury picks, and I want to talk about the Bucs there because they're up in 3 picks. We talked about possibly taking a running back, but they're off the board. So what could potentially be a luxury pick for the Bucs? Is it using going up and getting a Davis Mills to learn under Tom Brady, or is it what else can you go up and get another running back that you can groom, or do you go reach for a wide receiver, or do you possibly take Barmore, the best defensive tackle on the board? What are some possibilities there for the Buccaneers?
Let's see who's best available here. Well, I mean, Ndamukong Suh is back on a 1-year contract, so that you can, technically I can see them going with a Barmore, a defensive tackle, to eventually take over for Ndamukong Suh. That could be an option there. I mean, in terms of like receivers, they're pretty, they're right back. Running back, we talked about, possibility with Etienne because he gives them that speed element out of the backfield. Corners, I think they're pretty set at corners. They drafted the safeties last year, and
I wonder if they go ahead and take a center here, just because. Yeah, I think that might be a solid pick here because
Humphrey as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much stock they have put in Ryan Jensen. I know
it's definitely interesting to see because 32 is always that weird spot where you got to really let the draft kind of come to you. You got to let things sift out. And speaking of letting things kind of sift out, is there a position where you maybe not thought where a lot of we were talking about offensive linemen and there's still a good amount. I mean, Tevin Jenkins, even though you guys aren't necessarily high on him, is still there despite the fact that a lot of people thought he could go a lot earlier. Are any of these positions really playing out well for the Bears going into tomorrow, where it's just, there's so much left here that you could potentially get maybe maybe not a fringe first rounder, but someone who may drop to them in a real position of need?
I think we've covered offensive tackle, receiver. We've covered one area where it's a need for me. I don't know how huge of a need it is. We covered cornerback as well. Obviously, it's inside linebacker. Only so far, Micah Parsons and Jamin Davis are the only ones that come off the board. We talked about Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah from Notre Dame still out there. Pete Warner from Ohio State is still out there. Chaz Surratt from North Carolina still out there. So that's a position that keeps falling down. So that you might see a run on those guys in the late second, early third round on inside linebackers. Safeties, no safeties come off the board yet. Not a pressing need right now, especially with them re-signing Tashawn Gibson. Unless Neil has a different idea, I think receiver, corner, and offensive line are the pressing needs right now.
Well, one of the things I wanted to bring up earlier is that if Ryan Pace wants to go ahead and get creative again and move into an opportune position, trying to get himself in the fourth round would be a good place to snag one of these inside linebackers that could go ahead and replace Danny Trevathan down the road whenever he's ready to go ahead and move his way out the door. Some of those guys that you could see falling around there would be a Chaz Surratt, a Dylan Moses, Jacoby Stevens, the safety from LSU that I see being drafted down into linebacker, Nick Bolton, Jabril Cox, Tony Fields, guys like that. And, you have a really good, in terms of inside linebacker depth, the depth of that board really is in that fourth, fifth round area where you can get a solid guy that can be, still cultivated and developed into, a potential starter, especially a dude like Dylan Moses, who was an absolute freak of nature in 2018, missed 2019 because of the ACL, and just only really looked like a shell of himself last season. But you're also talking about a guy that probably was 100% healthy. He was also playing with a meniscus all last year. And if it tells you anything about this kid's competitive toughness, he was asked through the media why he didn't say anything. Why did he play the entire year? He said he never said anything about it because even though he was in pain, he never wants to leave the field. Right. So if this kid can get 100% healthy, if his medical report came back pretty clean to the point to where all he needs is just a little bit more rehab, a little bit of rest, time off, and he'll be back to his old self. That's an amazing steal in the early day 3 area that can be another one of these inside linebacker guys for years to come. And
then we talked about edge rushers for the Bills. They get an impressive kid out of the University of Miami. What? How do you like this pick?
He's he's the only one. He was my number one edge rusher on my board before Jalen Phillips really just continued to blow up. I had Jalen Phillips as a potential first round pick early in the year, before really anybody was kind of talking about him. Watching that kid play was just incredible. Gregory Rousseau sat the year out. But he's only had 7 starts in 13 games. But in those games, 15 and a half sacks, which was second nationally that year. It's 19 and a half tackles for loss, 54 tackles. He's one of those kids I describe as a creature. He's got length, he's loose, he's flexible and bendy. Really young as a pass rusher. He shows good hands. He's strong against the run. He sets the edge well. Uses his arms to create space. He's got really good functional strength. He can push bigger bodies around for his size and his length. The way his body is constructed. He keeps his feet moving on contact. He looks to have really good FBI as well. Kid's multiple too. Miami used this kid in a bunch of different ways. They had him inside at a 3 technique. They had him outside on the edge. They had him dropping, playing, and moving in space. He's got a super high ceiling, and all the reports I got earlier on in the year is that this kid had impeccable character as well. So you're getting a kid with, obviously that does everything the right way. He's coachable, has great work ethic. That's a dude that, another one of these guys I really wish that we had in the locker room, but man, he's going to Buffalo. He's going to light it up there.
Yeah, a big edge rusher goes to Buffalo from Miami. We are now at pick 31. We are approaching the 4-hour mark here. So a lot. We appreciate everybody who's been sticking with us. John Buffone alongside Niel Stopczynski and Danny Shimon. We got a question. And what do these analysts think of Josh Immart? Oh, I'm not going to be able to say that. As a late round player.
Yeah. 6 feet, 218 pounds. Kid's a athletic freak. Ran a 4.5 or is a 4.4 or 4.5 40 at I think a 40-something inch vertical. The production wasn't really there. What was that, Neil?
He had like a high 40-inch vertical. He had a basketball player's vertical.
Yeah, the production really wasn't there as much. He's a guy that I had late day 3, like 6th, 7th round, maybe even a priority free agent. No one knows, but it's a guy that's got the athletic ability, and he's got the physical traits that you like to bring in and give him a flyer and see what happens. But a physical receiver who's got some power in his lower half and some explosiveness. So definitely a guy I wouldn't mind taking a flyer on, but it's got to be late day 3, nothing sooner than that.
Yeah, he was a guy that didn't have great production, but he walks in the door. He's like, "Hey, I'm here for the big plays.
Yeah,
I'm here for the big plays, guys." That's what his 2020 stuff was. His 2019 video was actually really good. Not a dynamic guy, not an MYM, make you miss guy. But
big possession type of receiver.
Right. I mean, he gets open. He competes for jump balls. He wins one-on-one. Big, thick, strong. He can shed tackles. Probably again, I think he's probably like a middle class man's Rashod Bateman, probably a guy that probably plays an X. If it was in our system, that's where I had him slotted on my board. A really interesting player, man. If he plays more like his 2019 video than his 2020 video, that's a hell of a pickup.
Yeah, but I've been saying all along, like I want speed, I want explosiveness, and he gives you size and he gives you some possession ability down the field, but he doesn't give you what I'm looking for this offense. Is that just speed and explosive abilities? And that's why I was looking for more like the Dwayne Eskridge and those type of receivers, the Kadarius Toney. I know he went now in the first round, but the guys that give you that element of speed, the guys that can threaten the defense, whether from the slot or from the outside.
Yeah, I mean, this is assuming we already have that guy in the boat, and we're talking about these. Collection of 6th-round picks that we can just go ahead and like take flyers on big athletic dudes, right? We may end up needing some depth in that wide receiver room after we get rid of Anthony Miller and Javon Williams.
One thing that the Bears might not need to address, but I mean, it's always at least it was a punch line for them going into last year, was the tight end position, and the only tight end taken so far has been Pitts, Kyle Pitts, who is a freakish athlete. Are there any tight ends on your list that are that could jump? Not obviously not for the rest of tonight, but that could make an appearance early tomorrow. I think of the Tremble kid out of Notre Dame, maybe, or Freiermuth. I think Penn State kids. Any of those kids going to go into the next round?
Yeah, the next 3 for me are Brevin Jordan, tight end from Miami, Pat Freiermuth from Penn State, and then Hunter Long from Boston College. So, Freiermuth and Hunter Long give you some of that Y abilities that they can line up in line and be a blocker, and also flank out in the slot and be pass catching receivers. Brevin Jordan is just a move tight end. He's a guy that's not going to be lined up in line. He's going to be a guy that's going to be flexed out and give you some big play potential down the field. Tommy Tremble is a kid that I'll let my partner here, Neil, go ahead and talk about him, because that's his biggest fan right there.
I love Tommy Tremble. I think he shows everything that everything that he needed to show on film. If you're going to go ahead and project him, I know that the production wasn't there. Notre Dame wasn't a big time passing outfit. Book was only in the teens and touchdowns, and pass catchers weren't really wildly productive in that offense. But you put him in a pass happy offense, and this guy could rake. All right, like he should have gone back for one more year, just to show a little bit more of what he could potentially do. But I also think that he stuck his name out at the committee. Might have gotten a 2nd round grade. Might have gotten maybe 3rd round smoke. and then he also might have said he'd come back to school. But I bet Brian Kelly did his due diligence to reach out to NFL guys he knew, and the guys that he really trusts for an opinion, to give Tommy good advice, and hence here's the decision. He comes out. I think he might be the best all-around player. Drafting high on upside and versatility, and he's a kid that he absolutely loves contact. He loves toughness. He loves physicality. A lot of these ND guys, they have mean streak and nastiness. If you're a if you're a point of contact guy, you play with edge, to you, and that's what he does. He just puts guys on their ass, much like Komet, but just a hell of a lot more athletic. He's very unique in his skill set. The one quote that he dropped last year during media days, I absolutely loved. He goes, "Making a great block, moving one person from point A to point B is better, if not the same, as scoring a touchdown for me. I love doing that. It's just, who wants to play some real football, some smash mouth football? I love that. 100% until the whistle blows mentality. This kid's incredible. I think that he's got a very unique skill set. It's like Pitts and Jordan in the passing game and fierce in the blocking game, versatile in where he plays, where he can perform. He can go from an H to a Y to an F and perform high at every single one of those levels. He shows up on tape every game, whether it's in the blocking game or the passing game, shows dexterity and body control, the rack and the yak, he shows up with that. It's just, he just doesn't have the production, so he didn't have the hype, but I saw enough on tape to be able to project him out. And then I watched the pro day close, and I think he's got all the tools that he needs to be a high level, slot, F tight end, type of guy that can be a mismatch nightmare type of dude, a la Kyle Pitts.
See, for me, I'm totally opposite. I feel like he's more in a H-back / fullback / kind of role. He's not a guy that I can rely on as a full-time tight end. So that's why me and Neil see him at totally different projections in terms of next level.
I'm saying that could mean do all those things though. That's the key thing about him.
And that means, and whenever when the jury's out on people like that, that means they can go early or way late, and so that's when day 2 and 3 get really interesting. But another linebacker goes off the board. Jaylen Waddle out of Penn State goes to the Ravens. Was this a first round projection for either one of you?
The guy had no production. The guy is a physical freak. I mean, I think he ran like a 4.40. Yeah, 6'5", 4.3740, 6'5", 257 pounds. This guy's got first step quickness, explodes out of it, but he just doesn't sack, and that doesn't get the production, doesn't get the quarterback on the ground. And for me, he's a little bit overrated in my opinion, but if the Ravens took him, they're going to have a plan for him in terms of how they're going to use him in their system. He's probably going to be a guy that's going to stand up on his feet on the edge and be because they lost Matt Judon, their outside linebacker, to the Patriots. So that's probably how they're going to go ahead and groom this kid to be one of those outside linebackers. But yeah, I mean, physically, kid's got first round physical traits, but the production just wasn't there for me, and I just something I couldn't give him a first round grade.
And not wasting any time, the Bucs have already got their pick in, and they take Joe Tryon, another linebacker, out of Washington. Is this I mean, we thought this would be a luxury pick, but what do you think about this guy going number 32 in the first round?
That's good value.
A luxury pick. Absolutely.
Yeah. Go ahead, Neil.
I was going to say that's another one of those dudes that sat out last year that I really wish he played, because he was a lot of fun to watch in 2019. 41 tackles and 8 sacks that year. He's another one of these guys that's multiple, kind of like Greg Rousseau. He plays both ends of the line. He plays up, he plays down, outside linebacker, inside linebacker, drops in coverage. He's got lots of juice in his step, very twitchy, very explosive get off, shows the ability to get pushed on the offensive line. Natural bending the edge and in changing direction, closes on the quarterback with pace, pursues downfield, can turn and run after the ball. The running to the sideline is a wow factor for me.
Mm-hmm.
His playing in space is really, I mean, it's a work of art watching this kid, cover, tight ends, cover big wide receivers, dropping him in coverage. He reads the quarterback like a linebacker, shows very high football IQ and instincts, and gets hands in passing lanes as well. So like instinctively, like playing the football is a very natural thing to him. He's one of these guys I call a spider, man, because he's just all over the field making plays. He has multiple agility. One of these guys looks like he's making like 13 different moves at once. Just an absolute disruptor. I love this kid. I had a 100% first round grade on him.
I like him better than Rousseau, who went to the Bills. I think he's more twitchier than Rousseau. I think he's got more first step quickness off the edge than Rousseau. And I think he's scheme versatile. He can play outside linebacker in a 3-4. I think he can play 4-3 defensive end as well. So long arms, athletic, easy mover in space. The guy pursues sideline to sideline for a guy that big, that tall, and that athletic. So a very impressive pick. Like I said, this is definitely not a need pick for them. So that's a good value for them at 32.
Hell yeah.
Well, gentlemen, we have eclipsed the 4-hour mark, and we have finished the first round of the 2021 draft. So many good storylines, but number one storyline, the biggest storyline, the Bears land Justin Fields, and they didn't mortgage the farm to do it. They have their quarterback of the future, and everyone in Chicago right now is happy. But we got so much more coverage of the NFL draft coming your way. Tomorrow night's coverage, Danny and Aldo will review the Bears rounds 2 and 3 picks. That's going to start at 10 p.m. Central Time, 11 p.m. Eastern Time. But it has been quite a ride. I want to thank everyone who has spent 5 minutes or all 4 hours with us. This has been incredible, breaking down all these picks, talking about how it impacts the Bears, forecasting some things, getting reactions. Niel, Danny, thank you so much for being a part of this. Thank you for all of your hard work, because this would not have worked without you guys, with all of your in-depth knowledge and all of your great analyzing all this and analysis. Really appreciate you guys. Great show, and we're going to be back at it throughout the weekend. Stick with the Barroom Network. This has been the Draft Show Special right here on the Barroom Network. For Niel Stopczynski and Danny Shimon, I'm John Buffone. We'll see you next time, everybody.
Good night.